Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on wherever you are. And welcome to day 2 of Rethink, Imagine, and Act. I'm Yoon Min-hwa. Before we begin, let us look at the welcoming remarks from ARKO's partner organizations, British Council, Danish Embassy in Seoul, and the National Arts Council Singapore. Let's take a look.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Arts Council Korea on its Think, Imagine, Act Symposium. I cannot think of a better topic for the symposium at this time as we emerge from the pandemic. It is clear that art provides a fantastic opportunity to communicate the challenges of our time, be it pandemics, be it climate change, and pulling together different voices from across the world to discuss the role of arts and the impact that they can have in this area is very timely. British Council itself is very committed to supporting this area, as can be seen from our Creative Commission for Climate. It is also clear from our conversations with the arts sector in the UK that this is becoming an increasingly important area for discussion, be it amongst artists or audiences. And so today, the symposium provides an opportunity for further discussion of this area. And I want to congratulate Arts Council Korea for taking this opportunity to raise the profile, to provide platform for discussion in this area, and more importantly, to provide arts with the opportunity for communicating and using its voice in this way. So congratulations again. I very much look forward to hearing the outcomes of the symposium.
Hello, I'm Einar Jensen, the Ambassador of Denmark to Korea, and I congratulate the ARKO International Symposium 2022 for its hard work. Denmark is pleased to participate again in this year's symposium, Think, Imagine and Act. COVID-19 has changed many things, everything from our lifestyle, our working environment, our immune system, and the way that our climate changes. Technology has taken over the role of humans, and today the art scene embraces the digital world. 2022 ARKO International Symposium will be a good platform to discuss the impact of COVID-19 and how these challenges will change the future. Now is the time to rethink where we stand in the international community and use our imagination to change our actions. From Denmark, Danish art duo studio ThinkingHand by Rhoda and Mikkel Dahlin Bojesen will present works on topics like queer ecology, post-humanism, arts and technology. Thank you, Arts Council Korea, for organizing such a meaningful event and inviting many interesting guests. I hope the audiences from all over the world will enjoy the symposium. 감사합니다.
Good afternoon, Chairman Park Chung-kwan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The last time that Chairman Park and I met in person was to sign an MOU between Arts Council Korea and the National Arts Council of Singapore in November 2019 to further cooperation between our artists, especially in the area of arts and technology. With the COVID situation now more under control, I hope that after 2 years, we will meet our Korean friends again soon in person. Congratulations to ARKO for your leadership in successfully organizing again the second virtual International Arts Symposium. This symposium is an important gathering of the global arts community to discuss mutual challenges and concerns which are facing the arts and culture sectors, and together to find the solutions ahead. The last 2 years have clearly resulted in technology increasingly influencing artistic practices and how the arts sector operates. Here in Singapore, NAC will continue to sustain support for artists and arts organizations in upskilling themselves, to digitalize content, and to find new ways to create art and connect with audiences. Now, for example, Arts and Tech Lab is NAC's initiative to foster collaboration between the arts and technology sectors towards these objectives. And over the last 2 years, ARKO and NAC have been collaborating virtually to deliver our MOU projects already. As physical travel was not possible, we launched our first international residency in Metaverse called Pluritopia Cloud Studios, allowing for collaboration and co-creation between artists in South Korea and Singapore during the pandemic. And with the highly anticipated lifting of border restrictions, NAC would be certainly very keen to work with ARKO and other like-minded arts councils to co-host and support artists in more international residency programs for arts and technology. The COVID pandemic has presented many challenges which continue to evolve in complex and rapid ways. We have all been required to pivot, transform, and innovate with fresh thinking and responses. So the theme of this symposium, Rethink, Imagine and Act, is very timely, as we will engage on issues related to the future of culture and creative sectors together. So the NAC is working on our next edition of the 5-year development blueprint covering the years 2023 to 2027. We will ensure that our arts and culture sector in Singapore remains sustainable and that we can adapt to the new circumstances in creative ways. Our plan seeks to set out a collective view among all our stakeholders as to what it takes to shape and to grow the arts sector. We identify the need to be plugged into the larger creative economy, to contribute to a connected society that is anchored on shared arts and culture experiences, and to transform places and spaces through creativity and imagination. And we very much look forward to sharing our plans with you when this is ready for the launch in 2023. So what lies ahead will be very much dependent on all these alliances that we establish with each other and our responses to emerging trends and opportunities. And I hope that we will continue to strengthen our international connections and partnerships, staying strong as a global community who come together to learn and share best practices and perspectives. So on this note, I wish everyone a very fruitful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the welcoming remarks. This symposium is being held as part of the International Joint Arts Fund program. The program was launched in 2016 with the joint fund among Arts Council Korea, British Council, and Arts Council England. This program is a key pillar of the Department of International Exchange and Collaboration at ARKO, contributing to the development and collaborative projects between countries. We prepare a short introductory video of the program. Let's begin session 3. The keyword of this session is post-anthropocentrism. Yesterday's session addressed post-humanism. I believe at the center of post-humanism is a way of thinking and attitude that move away from anthropocentrism. I too have a keen interest in this subject and I'm engaged in research. This theme is also related to climate change, or as some even says, climate emergency facing us at this very moment. We will look into this theme with 5 speakers. We are joined by Mr. Bae Yo Sup, artistic researcher of the Muddha. Hello, I'm Bae Yo Sup. Very nice to meet you. And we are also joined by, from Danish studio ThinkingHand, Rhoda and Mikkel Dahlin Bojesen. And we are also joined by Ms. Joy Svendsen, art director of METIS. Last but not least, we are joined by Ms. Tina Tarpgaard, the choreographer and artistic director of Recoil performance group. We will start with Mr. Bae Yo Sup, the artist director, or as the literal translation of his title goes, considerer or ponderer of the Muddha. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Bae Yo Sup. I have been directing productions over the last 2 decades, and recently I have attempted to explore various ideas through a research group called 국리소 다무다, or the place which considers. I would like to share with you some of the new views on trends that I acquired through the recent creative works residency and research experiences as an artist, researcher, and performance. In the course of organizing these thoughts, I have cited and referred to the arguments of some people, but I do not fully rely on or follow their argument. To look back on and to gaze into where I'm going and where I should be going. In 2010, I moved back to Hwacheon in Gangwon Province. And since then, I have run an artist residency space called Tarpgaard Arts Farm. Hwacheon is a small city, about 2 hours drive from Seoul. And Dongjiwama, where Tarpgaard Arts Farm is located, is a rural village with less than 100 residents. I have lived in the village surrounded by mountains and rivers, listening to the voices of nature. Then, in 2020, I started a residency with a theme of climate change. I have run various types of different residencies, and that was the first residency ever on the theme of climate change because of one experience in Hwacheon. There was the indigenous fish festival in Hwacheon, but because of the global warming, they were not able to host the conference in that specific year's winter. So all of a sudden, climate change has become quite close to the residents and the citizens of that area. That is why I came to be more interested in this subject, and this year marks the 3rd year of the residence. The fact that the world is getting warmer has been traveling like a rumor around the world for quite some time, but few people take it seriously. Rather, there were many people who argued that global warming would bring about a catastrophe was an exaggeration. But over the last 2 years, I have taken a closer look at the grounds and what's behind various claims and arguments while conducting and participating in a residency on the subject of climate change. So when we talk about climate change, we should discuss it with objective data and science. But we also have to acknowledge that those objective data and science and scientific tools are not absolute truth, because some claims made with the same data contradicted each other and sometimes predicted different futures. Nevertheless, the IPCC's 6th report published last year made it clear that 99% of the climate crisis is attributable to humans. And most of the scientists seem to be in agreement with such an argument. Rather than specifically talking about climate change, based on this experience, I'd like to share with you how my artistic practice has evolved. Since the human occupation of the earth, there has been such a wide range of changes. I should have shown you the picture. So this is the Tarpgaard Arts Farm in Hwacheon. So this is an artist residency space. It has some facilities, accommodations, and creative space as well. And this is the landscape of Hwacheon. Over the last 2 years, about a dozen artists have been working with me on the subject of climate change. And this year, we are expected to receive another group of artists. What I came to see is that there is not much humans can do about climate change. This is not something that we can reverse with the advances in technology. We are so powerless in the face of climate change. And why do we have climate change in the first place? That is because of anthropocentrism. And then that prompted me to look back on the definition of humanism. Humanism has been around for such a long time as one of the most fundamental values. And I believe humanism was introduced in order to address discrimination and discriminatory practices in human society based on gender, ethnicity, and race. And still many people are suffering due to the discrimination based on age, race, ethnicity, and gender. Nevertheless, now is the time for us to think more about post-anthropocentrism. And I came to see that we have to understand and consider how humans should live within the boundary or as part of nature. Many people talk about Anthropocene, and the term was introduced well before 2022. Well, the scientist Christian first coined the term Anthropocene in 2000. With the rapid development of capitalism in the 1950s, the term says that humans came to have geological significance. And I think climate change served as an opportunity for us to look back on what we have done and what we should do going forward. Well, sometimes people believe that the Anthropocene is the time when a human plays a pivotal role, a central role. But at the same time, people believe that the Anthropocene means that human activities are beginning to significantly affect the Earth system and cross the threshold to enter new uncharted territory none of us has ever experienced before. So now is the time for us to reflect on what we have done to the environment. So when we talk about post-human, eco-humanism should be considered as an alternative as well. Anthropocene is the beginning of a new drama in which non-human beings and non-humans previously dismissed as backgrounds appear as an actor. All at once on the stage, the new awareness of human existence in the Anthropocene is based on an ecological perspective that humans exist in the interaction with non-humans and the environment. And at this point in time, I would like to briefly touch upon another subject, which is artificial intelligence. As artificial intelligence gradually influences our daily lives, we face a new question. The question is, what's going to happen if artificial intelligence comes to have consciousness? We also have to consider what will distinguish artificial intelligence from humans. Even before that, we have to consider other questions about consciousness. What is consciousness, and does consciousness really exist? Consciousness, that is what I think I am, the self and the soul. It seems that we humans still have not been able to clearly explain not only consciousness, but also emotions, feelings, minds, and thoughts. But now we are confronted with something called artificial intelligence. Well, advances in science and technology bring the nature of human life and machine into being again and dismantle the boundary between digital, physical, and living things. As life or mental activity intersect with technology, it becomes increasingly difficult to categorize and distinguish them. A new phase of the post-creature era is another landscape of the post-humanism. In that sense, I perceive boundaries these days more clearly and glaringly. The boundaries between machine and life, the boundaries between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, and the boundaries between humans and non-humans. So far, we have recognized the humans as a part of the organic structure of the earth. And we went further to think that a human is in control of the entire environment or the entire earth. But in the post-humanistic era, we have to widen our view. We should be focused more on eliminating the boundary between us and nature, between I and we. And this is the subject I delve into further these days. I'd like to briefly introduce some of the projects I worked on quite recently. The first one is Trend Beauty. This is a collaboration between the National Theatre in Korea and the Belgium Liège Theatre Company. It started in 2020. We started with the question, what is beauty? Why humans pursue beauty, and where does beauty come from? So Belgium artist and the Korean artist started to stay in an unfamiliar environment. The unfamiliar environment had to be something that could make the existence of I look from a completely new point of view. We don't know what beauty is, but we can easily guess that the experience of beauty comes from something strange and unfamiliar. Because of the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020, artists from the two countries could not meet in person, so we held our first workshop by selecting a space in each country and sharing what they experienced. While staying there through video, Korean artists practiced silent prayers for 5 days at Miyuhangsa Temple in Haenam, Jeonnam Province, and a Belgian artist at Tibet Temple in Huy, Belgium. Our 5 days were a time to quietly look inside ourselves as part of nature without saying anything. And I believe that we have discovered the boundaries drawn within ourselves during that time. Since the start of this workshop, we have been meditating in our own ways, waiting for the pandemic to be over for an year and a half. Then we held the workshop finally in February 2022. And at the workshop, we shared with each other the insights we have obtained and what we have discovered in ourselves. And some of the artists listened to the sound inside, and then some danced and drew pictures on the skin while drawing sketches on the paper, shouting and played cookies. And we also did a collective drawing during this time of workshop. And in July 2022, we will have another round of workshop to complete what we started in February 2022. The beauty we will encounter is not something that is made by humans, but is like the original face that is inherent in them. And I want to see our inner nature, what is left when the boundaries are lifted and erased. And I believe that such a way of artistic practice or such a way of art making will be one of the important attempts for coexistence in this era. Before closing, actually I prepared a short video clip, but due to time constraints, I will show you some of the photos. So this is the meditation by Belgian artist at the Tibet temple for 5 days, silent prayer. And this is a 3-hour drawing and meditation combined workshop in February this year. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I found it quite inspiring and profound as the presentation explores his ideas and thoughts across the landscape of discourse, ranging from philosophical trend of humanism and post-humanism to technological issues such as AI. It is especially impressive that he has run an artist residency space called Tarpgaard Art Farm for more than a decade. Consistency is considered a virtue because it reveals qualitative value of experiences compiled over a long period of time in one place, as well as the quantitative value of a certain practice. In that sense, Tarpgaard Art Farm, which means kitchen garden, is a perfect name for the artist residency space. I look forward to the discussion afterward.
Next, we would like to hear from the Rhoda and Mikkel Dahlin Bojesen, artists from the studio ThinkingHand.
Hi, my name is Rhoda.
My name is Mikkel.
We are Studio ThinkingHand from Denmark. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this symposium. We look forward to sharing our work with you and our explorations of the post-Anthropocene. Our work actually started with being a bit disappointed in ourselves and our lack of imagination for alternative futures. We were stuck in thinking that the future was either the demise of humans or the demise of the planet. But it seemed a bit like that there must be some other options. We were thinking about how can we both be the cause of the Anthropocene but part of the future? How did we get here? How did we allow ourselves to see nature as a resource to be extracted? And how can we look towards contemporary theories and philosophies to help us imagine other ways of doing things? And why is this so hard? Why are these changes that we are asked to be making, why are they so difficult?
Yeah, and in asking these questions, we found out that a lot of the structures that we were repeating in our thinking could be dated back to Greek philosophy in having a dual sort of framework or hierarchy. And those logics have formed European society and spread out throughout the development of sciences, the development of humanisms, and also the gaze of which we see ecologies. So we tried to see these contemporary philosophies as like post-humanism and queer ecology as a way to challenge the notions that we were brought up with.
So we think that to help move us out of the post-Anthropocene, we need a philosophical shift, renegotiation of what is human, a renegotiation of what our relationship to the planet is. We see our art practice as applying some of these philosophies, researching, okay, there's these theories, but how do we actually apply them in the real world.
And as such, the artworks becomes applied philosophy towards sort of speculating affirmative futures. Yeah.
We are quite engaged with post-humanism and entanglement theory, some theorists such as Rosie Berdotti and Karen Barad, where we were interested in how they have creative suggestions for how we can participate in the world in a different way. How can we decenter the human, which is used to being in the top, in the middle? How do we decenter ourselves to be a species amongst species? How do we listen, observe, and relate to other species without protesting on their behalf, without taking away the other species' voice, where in art, a lot of the time, artists represent nature? How do we actually co-create with nature? And how do we break down some of these dualisms of nature and culture, human and other species? And how do we, in terms of entanglement theory, work with intra-actions, that when we and say our humans and another species relate, they're not just dancing around each other, but they impact each other and change each other forever. So some of the examples of our works where we have done this is these glass brains, that sculptures that we have, where we have inoculated them with agar on the inside and then inoculated different types of fungal species inside, and try to keep them in the temperature and light conditions that those species like to grow, to allow these fungi to grow in the glass brains. This is a way of co-creating with other species where we don't know how they're going to turn out. And it's not really the point how we think they should look. It's more life growing in its own terms within the framework of the glass sculptures. So nature is a better painter than we will ever be. Fungi is so complex. Fungi are relational. They're always seeking otherness, so diversity. So they are queer in its evolution. They navigate in multiple directions for food. So instead of potentially a tree of life as a symbol for evolution or society, could we see mycelium's rhizome structures, decentered networks, as more of a new social structure? For these, here is just some images of how we work with mycologists from scientific labs. We get the species in these liquid vials that we then inoculate.
The work Mycogenesis is sort of about intelligence of different species. So it came to our attention that the brain cells of mammals spread themselves in the same way as the mycelium of mushrooms. So in many ways repeating a pattern that is known across species. And also out in the outer space are these patterns repeated as a network of planets. What we were inspired about here with mycogenesis, calling the word mycogenesis, instead of having a biblical idea of creation, then knowing that our creation started with the development through other species as well, and our entanglement with other species, such as mushrooms and other mammals.
Another project we have in development at the moment is a permanent artwork in a new school, where we want to create these glass bricks where from soil samples the students will grow the microbes in these glass bricks that we then lay out in hyphae, the mycelium hyphae form, showing a new kind of labyrinth and navigation. Instead of a labyrinth being to an inner transcendency, the labyrinth being there is no dead end, and an interconnection.
Yeah, and a new way of navigating oneself in space.
So through this project, we will look at biodiversity from a microbial level. What does microbes say about biodiversity? And another project that we have where we co-create with species is another permanent artwork in Norway that we're working on, in which we will look at how human-made materials such as concrete or plastics, can our industry and structures also become habitats for other species? Maybe there's a form for co-evolution or cohabitation rather than that humans are only destructive. For example, in this slide, you can see that on this water pipe, there is a lot of marine life growing because it creates this heat. Plastic, of course, one-time use plastic is not so effective, but plastic can also be quite useful in certain situations. Some divers in Norway, for example, were telling us that when they clean up the ocean floor in the fjords, they leave glass bottles. Because of the acidification of the waters, a lot of hard shell marine life, their shells are getting thinner and thinner, so they are starting to inhabit these glass bottles, so they don't move them away. So trying to renegotiate the idea of purity in nature, that nature is not only pure and humans don't necessarily always have to be bad, but how can we think relationally with other species?
One of the ways that we're trying to do this is working with what is called queer ecology. So ecology is concerned with the environment and nature, but also what is sort of natural, so the natural world. And queer theory is concerned with what is normal. So in terms of a cultural sense, normality. And bringing these two worlds together asks the questions, what is normal and what is natural? Meaning that we can broaden the notions of subjectivity and broaden the notion of what is life and what is agency, how do we sort of participate in the world, and with what framework do we do that?
And if we think about queering the eco-criticism and the ecological situation, the critique of eco-criticism can be, in some regards, that it is quite heteronormative, having a focus on that we should save the planet for our children's sake, or that Mother Earth is pure and always nurturing. And is that actually preventing us from actually making changes? Do we actually need another more philosophical guidance to making change, rather than these promises of our human future?
Yeah, and nature is strange, it's chaotic, it's violent, it's not only nurturing and pure and in balance, and we need to understand that in order to move into another framework of human nature continuum.
And I think queer theory can also help to guide us in terms of categorizations, breaking down the focus on categories and border zones, but focus more on the fluidity and the interrelations. So there's this quote from Nicole Seymour from her book Strange Natures. Without a perspective that is at once ecological and queer, we cannot intervene in some of the most pressing intellectual and political conflicts of the contemporary era. We cannot adequately address oppression, especially interrelated oppressions. Eco-criticism often formulates the sinking ship hypothesis, and thus the priori for save the planet morality and action. But queer ecology points to the fusion to include all under the same contention in entanglement rather than separatist. So some ways we've been working with this idea of queer ecology is through scobies, which is a symbiotic cellulose of bacteria and yeast, which grows out of the fermentation process of kombucha and tea. So we see SCOBY as a symbiotic relationship, a non-gendered being, and a being that grows within the mold it is. If you grow it in a swimming pool, it will grow into the form of the swimming pool. This work here is called Vita Necra Vita, which means life, death, life. And in this work, you can see that we've grown these scobies, I think 2.4 meters by 1.8 meters, and 6 of them, and laid them over these collapsed industrial beams. So seeing if what would a biological or a more queer way of seeing ecology, how that would be in connection with industry. And what happens in this interconnection is that the SCOBY and metal oxidize together, and then it becomes a darker color. We also have this project that we're working on at the moment, where we have these big scobies on motors being raised up and down as a bit of a flag towards a new understanding of nature, in which nature can speak for itself and we are in relationship with nature.
Yeah. And one of the things with SCOBY is that it's it's feral. We like to use that word for it because it's deeply connected to our industry. It's not something you can find in a lake somewhere. It is produced by human alchemy, but it's also still a biological species of its own right. And one of the ways that we've been researching this is by the video work Feral Fetish. And in this video work, we found 7 different locations in Denmark. And the interesting part here is that Denmark is only feral landscapes. There is no wild nature left. So we took these the forest plantation or the beach protection area or the wheat field, and then we put this Scopy, which is also in symbiosis, co-evolution with humans, with 7 different people in different narratives out there to explore the different new notions of connections to nature. Yeah.
I think there's also a need to, in a Danish perspective at least, to take a look at how we romanticize feral landscapes, that we really romanticize monocrops and agriculture when actually they're very unbiodiverse areas. And can we then look at bring a queering to our landscapes and feral ecosystems?
And bringing the strangeness and the reconnection back, so we continuously relate anew all the time.
Mm-hmm. And another work that we did looking at queer relationships is that within post-humanism they also talk about technology and the synthetic as being life. We didn't really understand how we should really work with that. So we explored looking through silicone as a man-made material within soft robotics. Soft robotics being a post-human type of engineering where it starts from relationality rather than function. So we created these silicone soft robotics and we put them into the intertidal zones in Korea, in Denmark, in Australia, and where they breathe through coding and programming. Yeah, and we've developed through this we've developed a series of work. This one is called Scala Natura, and the part here is that silicone is based on silicium, which is also found in computer chips and is also found in glass. And is also found as a building component of diatoms, which is an algae that produces oxygen that we breathe. So in many ways, materially, we are connected to technology through the elements and through different ways of them manifesting. And that sort of creates a connection point that technology is not something beyond us. It is not necessarily an extension of us, but it has a life of its own in many ways. And if we can think about silicone and technology in a full life cycle beyond its function for humans, but in its planetary relationship, perhaps we can also think in silicone and technological decay and death process and rebirth cycles. So this work, Scala Natura, is trying to look at a speculative alternative. But that was a really quick run through of our work. I think we only have 15 minutes, so I hope that maybe gave a little bit of insight into our processes and methods and how we work with the Post-Anthropocene. Thank you so much for inviting us, and we look forward to seeing what comes out of the symposium.
Thank you very much. So that was a presentation by Rhoda and Mikkel, Dahlin, Bojesen. So they actually reviewed the history of the philosophy, and they said that we actually have to shift away from the existing notions. While studying post-humanism, I believe that it's not the post-human hypenism, rather post-hypen-humanism. And also, you talked about the queer ecology, which is pretty inspiring and interesting. This queer ecology deny and criticize the previous dichotomy of nature only being pure, and also trying to instill a sense of nostalgia. So in that sense, I think queer ecology is very significant. Currently, these 2 artists are out in the field in the North Sea of Norway for scientific research. So later, we are going to meet them, who will be joining us from the Arctic Sea. Next is the Joy Svendsen, art director of the METIS, and she has been doing a lot of work on climate change and capitalism. So let us watch her video.
Hello, I'm Zoe Svendsen. I'm delighted to be
여러분
talking
안녕하십니까?
at this symposium, the ARKO Symposium today. Well, in a couple of weeks, because this is obviously a pre-recorded session, but I'm looking forward to talking in the Q&A later. I have been asked to talk a little bit about my creative practice as a theatre maker in the UK. And I've been thinking about the climate crisis for over a decade now. So I've watched a lot of things change in our relationship in the UK to the climate crisis. And I was thinking about the theme of frictionlessness and how artists are there to create friction. And I wanted to start with this slogan, "Get Real." In English, people often say "get real" when I sort of start talking about how I think we need to do something about the climate crisis. Certainly now that's very different, but when I first started, people are saying it's not realistic to do anything, and you still hear that quite a lot. And I want to say get real about the reality that we're actually facing. So I've been, I think maybe one of the roles of artists is to get under the surface of society and see what's really there. But there's a strange situation in which I think now artists are faced with the task of kind of finding and representing and making reality real in a way that previously, I think in previous times, it was about creating a fiction. Now the fiction is that we live in a frictionless society. The fiction of frictionlessness, and actually the reality for most people is very, very different. So I started a decade ago with a project called Thirding Out, which was an emergency planning exercise for imagining a climate crisis, but particularly imagining how you might rehearse for disaster, how you might rehearse or practice for how you would behave if it was actually going to happen. So we didn't really do a simulation of a climate crisis so much as a simulation of a simulation. And this was a kind of, cross between a kind of war game and an emergency planning exercise and a kind of scenario that played out with performers and a sort of interactive digital technology. And each of the audience members, there were 12 per cell in the orange shipping containers that you saw before. And they had to vote to decide what to do under particular complicated sets of circumstances. Pardon me. Here we have a number of the different things that we kind of put together. So it was thinking about what would happen when a crisis would become multiple. And we were looking at agricultural food shortages, sea level rise, meaning kind of tsunami, nuclear power station being there and being endangered through that, and forest fires. And so we were asking people to kind of hold those complexities in mind and think about how we might engage with those issues and what we might do about it in order to protect a particular area of the country under those emergency circumstances. Emerging out of that project, I began to think that really the issue that we were facing was less one of whether something was really happening or not, or whether we believed it, or whether we even understood it or recognized it. And certainly we're much further on with all of that now than we were when I made that project in 2010, 2011, and more about a kind of personal mentality, not so much individually, but as a system, as a group, as a culture. And I started thinking about it dramaturgically, the question, are we tragic heroes? Are we, in the course of Western drama, the evening's tragedy is, one person in their fatal flaw, the hero goes down and takes, everybody else with him. And I'm thinking about, this in relation to gender, but also in relation to the planet. Are we tragic heroes who are going to go down in flames times and take our economic individualism with us? Or do we need a different dramaturgy? Do we need a different structure of events and of ways we understand who we are in relation to those events? And for that, I think of the kind of word epic, partly in a Brechtian sense, partly in a sense of a kind of medieval story in the West of a knight setting out on a quest where we don't know what the outcome is and we don't know who we are or where we're going, but we know there are others that might help us, and we're trying to think of ourselves in a more networked, relational way, less as masters over the drama and more as participants within it. And this kind of thinking brought us to a project where we tried to experiment, and we have been over the last few years, with the question of who we are or who we might be, because there are so many brilliant projects all over the world that are imagining how we might live differently and how we might therefore be able to respond to the climate crisis and work out ways of being. And it seemed to me that it did come back to the idea of who are we. This quote from Ophelia in Hamlet struck in my mind, which is, we know what we are. We know how to operate in this kind of capitalist, hyper-connected, but sort of quite isolating and dislocated society in the global north. But we don't know who we might be were we to operate differently in a way that was more within the ecosystem of the planet rather than attempting mastery over it. And as we know, nature is kicking back. So we created a installation performance at the Barbican Theatre in London, in which people sat around tables and discussed ideas and voted them through, and then performers imagined what kinds of ways of living that might emerge from that. So I'm just going to show you.
Welcome. This is your briefing. The world is warming. We are here to work out what is to be done. The scenarios you are about to explore in the Factory of the Future are based on conversations with our speakers and other specialists. All imagine change to the fundamental structure of society, altering our social, economic, and environmental relationships. We invite you to add your voice to those scenarios. You will bring what you've heard just now, your own thoughts, your life experience, and your values into the space. You can also listen to the thoughts, life experience, and values of others. You all matter. There are no easy answers, but what you're about to take part in is a large-scale 5-day act of co-imagining.
So this performance then enabled us to imagine what it might be like to live in an alternative future, a future in which the economic structures and the systems within which we live were very different. And we have fun modeling this and telling stories about it and creating different kinds of scenarios emerging out of it. And that led to a commission from the Oslo Architecture Triennale in 2019, whose theme was degrowth. And we made a video installation using the stories from the City of London that we'd developed about an alternative and matching them with alternative stories of Oslo. And I'm just going to show you that.
Tropic continues on.
Recipe goes up online.
She had such a good laugh.
Distribusjonsruter for tangen som skal ut til hele byen.
Til å hjelpe moren sin.
Roberto. He's lived in London now for just over 18 months. He comes from Bolivia. He's a climate refugee. He had to leave Bolivia because of the drought. When he first arrived, he was given a buddy called Tony, who looked after him. They moved into his house, into his spare room, and they ate together every evening.
Heading into the city, trying to get to Bank. The tide's up on the Thames, so when he cycles down the Kinetic Highway, it feels like he's cycling on the water. You can just see the tops of a few of the buildings that were left standing after the Thames flood. So you can see a few of them. As he cycles along, he's hitting it as fast as he can. And then a big flock of
somebody
birds are disturbed.
told her, maybe you should go and see a grief counsellor.
So that project was made with about 40 architects in Oslo, as well as the actors, both Norwegian actors and British actors, all imagining alternative possibilities. So it was a kind of networked collective imagination that we were representing then in those stories. And that's been a sort of large part of this project, which is to kind of run lots of workshops and hold lots of conversations and consultations so that the imagining is never sort of just one individual, and nor are we trying to find a single utopia, but rather to imagine a kind of platform from which people can create their own utopias, which might be incompatible in different ways, because no one ever said the future was going to be particularly easy. But emerging from that project then, we have been thinking about the idea of play and fun and pleasure. And often when we think about climate crisis, of course, we think about the potential disasters and the disasters that are already happening all around the world, and the pain and the trauma of that, and the difficulty that everybody is facing. At the same time, there's a kind of playfulness to the possibility of imagining otherwise. And it feels like now that's a sort of survival strategy. If we can't imagine our way out of this sort of tragic mindset of destruction, then we really have a problem. And so we was sort of evolved in the pandemic, during the pandemic, a kind of cabaret piece that uses those stories in different ways through different improvisation formats to invite audiences into that process of imagining. So if I just take you a little distance into this, let's see, I think we're about here.
There are 7 love letters in the show, and each love letter is an improvisation, and it's an improvisation sort of framework to imagine what being in a transformed world would be like.
Welcome to the beginning of our next love letter. And remember, at the very beginning, we asked you to write down some unsustainable pleasures.
Good evening and welcome to Brilliant Day. You've set us quite the challenge this evening, but our seasoned improvisers are here to transform your unsustainable pleasures so that you can still have fun in the 2040s, relaxing in the knowledge that your brilliant day isn't someone else's living hell. So, first up this evening, be ready on your dingers. Someone would like delicious large prawns cooked in olive oil and garlic.
So, I will have in my garden an aquaponics system where we can grow the prawns in the aquaponics system. The prawn poo will help come through and grow the garlic in the sort of vegetable part of the aquaponics system. And because it's a lot warmer, we'll be able to have olive trees that actually harvest olive trees, so we'll be able to make our own olive oil. So there we'll be able to have homegrown prawns with garlic and olive oil.
Next up, I'd like to buy a dress on ASOS in 3 sizes, knowing that I can send them all back.
In the 2040s, we have things called swap shops. One of our characters, Hazel, has a book launch.
The show is ever evolving and it's always responding to who the audience are going to be.
We try to incorporate the work that they put in into the improvisations that we do, so they start to feel that they have a role as a writer maybe in the room, like they are genuinely collaborating in the space and in the real time. It's a sort of cuddly way of making friends with the things that you're most worried about.
So that's it for me, really. I'm looking forward to sort of having a conversation. These projects have been all about trying to kind of open up a space of recognizing reality, but also finding the pleasure and the joy and the possibilities that might emerge from seeing the world as it really is in its complex, very, very rapidly changing state as it is at the moment. And with that, I would like to finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So when we approach the climate crisis with dramaturgy, you said that it's not really the tragedy, it's an epic, and it was pretty inspiring. When it comes to the climate crisis, and if you read the books on that, they tend to have a very bifurcated notions of either a total demise or a sudden salvation. And I am against these kind of dichotomy. And I agree with the Ms. Svendsen that we have to think about some alternative future rather than the complete demise. And for this, we will talk more about that later.
Last but not least, we have Tina Tarpgaard of Recoil Performance Group. Her artistic focus is on the relationship between humans and non-humans.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tina Tarpgaard. I am choreographer and artistic director for Recoil Performance Group. I'm very grateful to be here with you today. I will present the work from Recoil Performance Group that has been dealing with the decentering of the human performer in a project we've called the Membrane Project. One of the major inspiration points that we had was a project under the EU, which was called Bacteria, Art and Other in Commodities. And actually what happened in there was a sort of concern around the microbiome of the human body and how the microbiome was part of shaping who we were as personality. So this started a long trajectory or a research into where does that put me as a performer once that what I perceive as myself is not any longer only dealt with or communicated or even orchestrated for what I usually perceive as me as a human being, but actually interfered by cells and bacteria in my stomach, even to the extent that they would put a different perspective on my emotions, even such a thing as whom would I be attracted to. We found this incredibly interesting, and therefore we started this project we called Live. Live was a participatory choreography for bacteria and humans based on the thinking that what are the human performer's role in a space where we are no longer in complete control of whom we are as individuals. And it was also a choreography and microbiological examination of the human body as a habitat for microbiomes, added human consciousness and ethical considerations.
In our bodies, we have 3 kilos, around 3 kilos bacteria.
How do we work with bacteria? Like, what do they do to us? Has an effect on our mood and on our personality. So basically looking at the human body as a collective of beings. It's sort of like an involuntary choreography from within. The we rather than the I.
1, 2, 3.
Bacteria sharing ceremonies with you. Strengthen our immune system. The bacteria inside of you have an effect on how you feel, like your mood.
5, 6.
I wonder also, like, if I can be held responsible for actions that are caused by my bacterial flora.
So, thanks to all the viruses that make us stronger. And thanks for the biome for living with us.
9, 10. Thank you. How was that for you?
So as you can see, what we tried to do was that we were sharing both our experiences, but also maybe speculating on what does it mean to be a human being that is not an I, but a we. So it sort of started this whole idea of how to do and deal with choreography, was concerned about confronting the other than human body inside the choreographic art or the performing arts. We also wanted to really put effort on the sense of exploring process as performance. I wanted to then here just put a little look back into our logo for the Membrane Project. The Membrane Project consists of the red and the green and the blue, the RGB, which are the lights or the colors that we see as humans. So because whenever we start working with other than humans inside artwork, the first thing that comes to mind is, of course, that we are not able to ask. Let's say we started working with mealworms. I will present this in a moment. They are not they're not asked. They don't have a possibility to say yes or no. And also we are seeing everything through our human perspective. So the RGB was a reminder for us to always recognize that we are seeing and experiencing this work with the other than human body from a human perspective. So I would like here to present Mass Bloom Exploration. Mass Bloom Exploration was a work that dealt with a tiny being, a mealworm. A mealworm that we found out through reading up on it, that researchers had found a bacteria in their gut that could actually eat and digest and even break down the molecules of the plastic, meaning basically that they are able to consume plastic and break it down into soil. This, of course, you could say, here we are again, with a human perspective, here is a being that can sort of clean up our mess. But we wanted to take another approach to this. So we also decided to work a little bit around. I was interested in the mealworm because of its attachment to the decomposing, not only plastic but also other things. So we observed the mealworms eating meat out of a chicken bone, for example, and I also realized that the mealworm is part of the taxidermia. So basically, in taxidermy, you use the mealworm to eat the meat off the bones because they're very good at eating everything on the bone, but they leave the bone nice and intact. So we ended up having this possibility of creating this co-decomposing or co-creating of time and space together with the mealworm, or at least this became our ambition to really focus on the composting part. Inside this, there's many different sensorial aspects. One is the sense of the sound of the mealworms eating plastic, because this is what we decided to focus on. And I will play you a small video which actually constitutes the sound of the many little mouths chewing on plastic. As you can hear, it sort of sounds similar to maybe rain on a roof or a frying pan, and it certainly had an impact on how you experience this work. It became a durational work that was situated inside a dome like this, as a geodesic dome, which also is known as a space that is highly sustainable in terms of keeping heat inside. We also have, we ended up with an immersive experience for the audience, meaning that we didn't start or stop at a certain time that sort of actually impacted the audience. It was basically open for 7 hours, 7 days in a row. So it was a bit of a marathon for the performer. I might mention also that inside this work, we always return the mealworms to the ecosystem that they were part of. So after they've been performing, we always collect them, give them time to eat other things than plastic to make sure their stomachs are completely empty from whatever plastic they've been digesting. And then we hand them back into either pet stores or others who then again feed them to other animals, to not break and to not waste their lives with this art production.
You can see me in here if you want. Come to me. My farm. My luxurious farm. There is much to do. I am almost always immobile, yet active. The worms are infinitely kind to me. I'm kind to them. They move behind me, embrace my feet from behind, nibble at me. The mealworms are spineless, meaning that they are non-human, underdogs here in the realm of mammals. And yet they are champions of the world, and I admire them. They compost the plastic of our planet. I liken them to the mammals that outlasted the dinosaurs. If I were the last human being on Earth, I wouldn't cry. What good would tears do? When I and my species have eventually gone from this earth, my worm-eaten furniture will be left like haunted sculptures. In the future, I will either be extinct, or I will have done an evolutionary quantum leap in order to adapt to the dying planet. I am both guilty and innocent, defender of the styrofoam box, eternal observer of CO2 emissions, implicated in my own death and the death of everyone, aware and unaware of the role I play. Now, I open my worm-like mouth and tell you, in my alien worm language, about my tiny farm.
So as you can see, there were elements inside, both of farming. There was also elements of death, hence the decomposing. The eating of flesh of bones, of course, resembles the idea of our mortality. But it also had the speculative element of imagining a future somewhere far away, where there had been a potential sixth extinction. Hence therefrom comes their name. Mass extinction was converted into mass bloom exploration, with the sense that there is always a bloom of another species after such a devastating blow to a species or a living on Earth. The reason that we decided to work with these elements was, of course, out of a concern of where we are. Like, the climate crisis often calls for these thoughts and feelings and fears. Are we heading for the next mass extinction? And what does that do to me as a human being? Where does that put me? And of course, more than anything, the need to act according to be aware of what we have of impact on our surroundings. And I guess this somehow frames the idea of why working in this sense. Like, what does it mean? What is our drive towards working in a way of thinking of decentering the human? And for me, and from our collaborator, and I would like here to mention that Mass Bloom Exploration was developed together with bio artist Pei Yingling, and it was also developed together with author Ida Marie Hede and with the performer Hilde I. Sandvold. What we have been dealing with is maybe the sensory experience being able to also give and make sense of where we are. The consequences of the Anthropocene, we have included all the world to become something that is impacted by us mostly. Those thoughts have infinite and very strong implications on civilizations. And for me, it's natural that therefore also has a very strong influence on how we work as artists, at least from my perspective. Thank you very much for joining me today. I hope that we will meet in the discussion afterwards.
Thank you, Tina, for your presentation. I find the centering of a performance very interesting because when we talk about post-anthropocentrism, the initial reaction is to look beyond or look outside humans. We tend to assume that the skin is the boundary of the body and make it threshold or criteria. So performances so far have focused more on the friction between the external boundary of the body and the outside world than on something else inside. As I listened to your presentation, I thought that considering the microbiome inside us might be one of the ways to practice post-anthropocentrism. I hope you enjoyed the full presentations, and now I would like to move on to the discussion on artistic practice, post-anthropocentrism, and the relationship between climate crisis and art. For discussion, I will ask each presenter or a team of presenters one question, and then ask another one to all. Let me start with Mr. Bae. As I said earlier, I would like to hear more about your activities and your artistic practice. So I would like to ask you about your art farm or artist residency space. I don't know how the word Tarpgaard in Korean is translated for non-Korean speaking audiences, but anyway, in general, the Tarpgaard or a kitchen garden refers to casual cultivation of vegetables close to a house. Beyond this general meaning, the word refers to the ground and foundation for a community with a shared goal in the act of growing and cultivating it. It may mean the sense of solidarity that shares a political orientation, can be read as a basis for an alternative community that goes beyond bullet ties and refers to both the basis and practice of artists cultivating their own art. So I would like to know why and how you started this artist residency program. And I wonder why you invited artists to Hwacheon, Gangwon province to live and work there. And I think the intention behind this is related to the theme of your presentation, the coexistence of non-boundary you presented today. Tarpgaard or kitchen garden refers to a small garden within the boundary of the house. The key concept here is that what we eat goes out of our body and goes back to the land, and the soil will grow what we are going to eat. So such a natural cycle is a very important concept, I believe. To take that and apply that to art means that art needs to follow a natural cycle or circulation of nature. Art should not be the subject or object of consumption. After a production of an artwork, that should lead to another new artwork and art production. There should be a space for it. That is why I came up with this artist residency space, Tarpgaard or art farm. Rather than a community, I wanted to create a space of a platform for networking among artists. And for over 10 years, I have invited various artists from various disciplines. Within this art form, which is far, far away from a city, not just physically, but from the perspective of a system as well, because everything is so concentrated and centralized around Seoul area, the capital city. But I think this has prompted the commercialization of arts. And arts in that process have lost its innate value of asking questions. There are audiences who want to see the best ever or best possible performances on stage. If their expectations are not met, rather than asking questions about the work, they want to see an improved version. Only focusing on the exterior of the performance. That is how art and artworks are consumed, focusing centered around the city area. In rejecting such a trend, I believe art form can play a pivotal role. Thank you very much for your answer. If there is an opportunity, I would like to visit and participate in the program as well.
Next, I would like to ask a question to Rhoda and Mikkel, Dahlin, Bojesen. I think that the work of the studio ThinkingHand actually starts from the deconstruction of the anthropocentrism, the dichotomy that we have had. And therefore, as the post-humanism location, you have suggested various works. And first and foremost, the studio ThinkingHand, it is, I think, try to visualize the network and also the relations that have been classified up until today. And in this regard, I would like to ask two questions. First, when visualizing relations, I think somehow you emphasize the relatum. You talked about the glass brain and how life emerged from there. You also talked about the glass brick where the fungus grow of itself. And by doing so, you somehow present the possibility of network. But I think that that network is still based on classification. So while emphasizing the network, somehow I think that rather than deconstructing the existing relation, just somehow emphasize that. So I wonder what's your view on this. And the second question is that you talked about the artificial object created by human beings can actually offer some habitat for other species. But I think that this kind of experiment could romanticize the symbiosis in a too excessive way. For example, like when we denied and refused the hetero mindset and we aim for the queer ecology, and I agree that the nature is not pure, rather chaotic. But somehow I think that you present the human beings as a modern being that produce a lot of artistic objects. And these concretes and plastics can offer some habitats for other species. But I think this could lead to some false understanding that the human beings are free to produce these disposable waste forever. So what's your view on this?
Hello, can you hear us? Thank you for your question. My name is Rhoda and this is Mikkel. Yeah, really great questions. I think the work that you talked about with the glass brain sculptures and the fungi is a good example because we try to also ask within the dualisms and the dichotomies of nature and culture, we try to ask what is nature actually? And if, for example, plastics have agency on the planet, then is it also living as it is entangled into broader ecosystems? So, for example, one is biological and organic and natural. However, we would say, for example, that these fungi species that were grown in the glass structures came from laboratories. So they were taken up from a freezer, grown on potato dextrose agar, grown completely isolated from an ecosystem. They were then centrifuged and made into these liquid vials, turned into little balls that we were then able to inoculate into the glass brains that had agar inside it. So one would say, for example, there is in that organic growing of the fungi in the glass brains was a lot of human intervention, which brings up questions of what is biotechnology. Is that just because you're using living organic species, does that mean that it is not human formed? It is still very much a part of culture in a way. However, when we look at matsutake mushrooms and cantarelle mushrooms that cannot even be grown in a lab because the ecosystem it exists in is so complex. So we would question whether fungi grown in a lab is even natural, or what is natural. And then on the other hand, with glass, when we were working with the glass blowers, one would think that it is a man-made industrial material. However, the process of blowing the glass was so vibrant and so alive and living and fluid. We had to really follow just the materialism and materiality of the glass itself, which I think is a lot of our work. We try to look at where does the meeting between organic and industry, natural metabolisms and manufactured processes, where do they intersect, and actually think of it all as nature, hoping that if we think of it all as nature's processes, we think into our industry and our innovation of new materials, we think in its also relational practice in the broader ecosystem, and also its decay, death, and rebirth as well. So glass and industrial materials is also coming somehow from natural resources to begin with, which leads quite well into your second question about the fear that humans will just throw waste. And yeah, humans are fairly human-centered and terrible in many ways and very selfish in many ways. But I think what we're trying to do with this work is we see a future with industry and technology. We don't necessarily think that it can go just without and go back to a purity of just wild nature. So the question we ask ourselves is, how do we as humans be both the cause of the problem, but also part of the future? How can we work with industry and technology to help them think more post-human, more vibrant materialisms, more queer, to work together? So I think there's always, if there are going to be bridges, and there are going to be buildings, how can we make those materials also take into consideration other species? For example, the scientists we're working with now are looking at wind turbines because they're very unsustainable, only last 20 years and then need to just be buried. So they're doing tests in a lab at the moment to see if those materials could be used as sites for other species to also grow. And also looking into how we build. Right now, they do analysis for geostructural purposes, which is very human-centered. But for example, could we start doing analysis of microbes, microbial analysis? When we make a building, when we make a road, can we also think of how microbes will be reintroduced or can evolve with the buildings over time?
Thank you very much for your kind answer. Although there are so many questions I want to ask, let me move on to the next speaker.
So the next question is to Director Joy Svendsen. While listening to your presentation, I thought that I really completely agree that we have to get real, rather than focusing on very abstract talk. As a mom of two children, in fact, a lot of parents in Korea, they are concerned about the future of next generation and they want to do something. And so they are strongly motivated to be involved in the environmental movement, but oftentimes they are not really clear how to practice that in their day-to-day lives. So in the sense, I was delighted to hear the Svendsen's presentation. And I completely agree with what you have done. And your work was very clear, joyful, and I really applaud that. So in the sense, rather than question, I actually want to make some suggestion that with the map image, you visualize what actually happened on the globe. So a lot of problems in relation with the climate crisis, yes, they are also closely related with the capitalism and the colonialism, and I agree with this. However, when it comes to the framework of the capitalism and colonialism, still I think it's very abstract and it somehow gives us a tunnel vision, because if you view the things with this framework, then the ending is either the salvation or demise, or complete demise. However, I think that there are some alternative futures that we can explore. There are some practices that cannot be explained by capitalism or cannot be interpreted by colonialism. So as an artist, we have to actually uncover all these alternative practices that cannot be explained by existing framework. So that's my suggestion. If you do have any comment on that, please.
No, thank you. Thank you for that thought. I actually completely agree, and the project doesn't really look at those abstract terms in sort of the big slogan letters, so much as I felt it was important for us, and we felt it was important to understand the climate crisis as an outcome of the toxic nexus of colonialism and capitalism as practices that take, extract, create, and dispose of things on the planet. And the project that we've been making in different ways over several years, that you've seen some little glimpses of, is about taking all the brilliant ideas that are already out there about how people could live in different ways in a much more ecosystem connected way. I thought there were some really interesting affinities across all of our very, very different art practices that I've really enjoyed. Ours is very anthropocentric, but not with the idea that that's because humans are more important, but because we're specifically looking at the cultural and economic systems that we live within as a kind of ecosystem in and of its own way that's become parasitic. As a sort of, we've become a kind of plague species, and it's like, what are the actions by which we might shift that? And so then we've been trying to imagine what it would be like to live in a cultural and economic system or set of systems. So it's not, the idea isn't a single utopia where everything's going to be perfect. The idea is to kind of test out and flesh out in the imagination actually much of the imagining and practicing and trialing of different ideas that have already been going on. So actually, although we say it's about the future, in a way it's about reconfiguring the ingredients of the present, and it's also a way of bearing witness to what's happening in this era of what is now climate collapse, in fact, that it doesn't have to be this way. So I think it's a kind of antidote to fatalism is what we're attempting. It's not that we're trying to predict a better future so much as we're trying to reframe our attention away from the sort of apparently totalizing lens of capitalism towards all of those other ways of doing things that already exist and could be scaled up and could be transformative if they were systemically supported by our political, cultural, and particularly economic, particularly financial systems. So I think it's about us sort of bearing witness to that this is a constructed state of relation between people, particularly people in the global north, obviously, because it is a cultural system rather than a specifically natural human system, and its environment, that it's not a case that this is an inevitability, which is sort of what I mean by, like, let's move away from the sort of overarching narrative of the tragic hero, and try and invent other ways of imagining ourselves in connection to one another. So I hope that sort of answers your thought about that.
Thank you very much for your answer. I really want you to continue your artistic practice, exploring the possibility of practice. Let me turn to Tina. A few years ago, I met a Korean artist at an exhibition and received a poster that reads that there are 37 billion cells in my body dancing harmoniously. I found the poster quite interesting, so I put it on the wall in my studio. But it's not easy to imagine the 37 trillion cells in my body as the artist suggests. It's not easy. It was, and it still is, not easy to imagine the microbes in the body specifically and live consciously of that. Well, that's because of the way we live, the education, our values. So I would like to ask you to go more into details. Well, what kind of experimental process have you gone through in order to help people recognize the microbiome in their body? And I also want to know, after going through this process of recognizing the microbiome in the body, whether there was any change in the mindset of the audience as well as the performer.
Thank you so much for your question. I think maybe before I answer directly, I think what the reason for us to start dealing with exactly the microscopic space, which includes bacteria and viruses and other stuff. I just want to mark that this is in 2015. So we had a little bit of a different perspective. This is like before the pandemic of Corona. So I have to say that it was strange to look back at this process actually, because we had a lot of sharing going on. But the reason we wanted to look into the idea of this perspectives thing on the microbic, the mesoscopic, which is the human 2x2 size, and then the sort of like idea of the micro universal space is also another way of somehow challenge how we in performing arts often put exactly the 2x2 mesoscopic perspective on what we are doing and sort of disregarding the other perspective. So the microscopic was also a sort of a perspective game inside our artistic practice. But how we worked with it, we tried to work around process. We tried to work about processes that could somehow give us an impact. So we couldn't observe them, but we tried to avoid them, microscoping things up, but rather see like what can we change. So basically we created a ritual for 2 weeks. We met every day and we took these sort of like probiotic pills that was very, very in fashion at that time in the pharmaceutical industry in Denmark, at least. And everybody had, so we had a morning ritual and eating these like probiotics. And basically what we did based on that is that we tried to draw how our emotions would be colliding or not colliding through these 2 weeks, from this idea of what people have been telling us, oh, so this is actually impacting your emotions. So we were making a sort of like 2-week experiment of like, if we align the microbes that we have in our stomach, all 6 people in the space, would we actually experience similar emotional impacts in this? And all of this is, of course, a bit of a make-believe, but it was an interesting process to go through. More sort of concrete things we did was processes of fermenting. So dealing with how we are working in our daily lives, we actually started the process of making kimchi. And also another process we did was to extract bacteria from our surfaces and implementing them on an agar plate and then just watch them grow, which is also an interesting process to see. Over 2 weeks, they grow from being non-visible to become this sort of like floral bacterial surface in the agar plate. So once we introduced this for an audience, what happened is that they somehow was introduced to these processes in a performative way. So for example, the small excerpt you saw, one of the performative elements was that the audience was invited to lay down on the stomach of the performer and listen to the sounds of her stomach while she was speculating on whether she could actually be held accountable for her actions, since her bacterial flora has an impact on how she's acting in life. So all of this was very much based on process, very much based on the conversation between people, first between the performers and then between the performers and the audiences. Whether it really has a huge impact and change, like what happened with us. I mean, I tend to be very humble about what I can do as an artist. I tend to like to focus in on putting together different perspectives. So in that space, it was a process that changed some things in the sort of maybe microbic scale in life. But it certainly had a trajectory that then passed on into other projects for us. And I think in general, I think the spreading of thinking and the philosophical backdrop that I was just listening to in the other presentations about queer ecologies. I mean, it's a network of thinking, right? So I guess I had some kind of impact on a few people, and I'm very happy if one person had another thought of it. I think that I like to be in a humble place, and I like to be in a conversational place, and I believe a lot in a critical conversation and sharing the spaces between us, and that goes between artists, but certainly also with an audience members. So I don't know if this completely answers your questions. I'm not really necessarily thinking that I'm creating any revolutions for anybody, but I like to be part of the network and the thinkings that I think is important for the future, for not just humans, for any beings, plastic, silicon being.
Thank you very much for your answer. So now I would like to ask one question to all the presenters. The presenters today are all based on the common awareness of climate change and climate crisis, but they discovered their own artistic ideas to approach it and showed quite unique their own artistic practices. So they showed a variety of approaches from from the shared awareness of the problem. So I believe it is better to ask some meta-level question about art. When we try to practice post-anthropocentric thinking through art, there are hurdles that we must overcome. That is, art is very human by human and purely human activity. In particular, in the case of visual art, which has to be consumed in exhibition space, the deconstruction of the dichotomous structure advocated by post-human-centric thinking, that is actually incorporated into the subject-object dichotomy once it is placed in the exhibition hall, with the proposition that it is an artwork. So I think this is some limitations inherent in the form of art viewing. So among the 4 teams of artists who presented today, some work on the premise that it is the minimum practice that a human can do, while others attempt to deconstruct the boundary between humans and non-humans with speculative concepts. So I would like the presenters to tell us about the things you struggled with and considered in realizing post-anthropocentric thinking within the boundary of very humanistic art. And if there is any answer or solution you have identified, please share with us. Who will be the icebreaker here?
Maybe Studio ThinkingHand? Can you go first?
Yeah, sure, I can go first. Yeah, again, thanks for your question. Something that we've been thinking a lot about is that the museum is often a place that archives and exhibits the dead, or that things need to be into a collection, that they need to be fairly static. Often if a museum has a collection, then if you want to bring living materials, so living soil in it, it often needs to be in Denmark frozen down. So you basically kill it. So when we bring a SCOBY into a living, decaying, dying SCOBY into the exhibition space, we ask the museum, how does the museum give space for living processes? We had an exhibition during Corona where there was a lockdown in Denmark, so our opening date got delayed, but our petri dish that had all of these bacteria, microbes growing on it, and our scobies, they couldn't be put on pause. So then what we were exhibiting was more a later stage of the process. Even though sometimes you want it to look very perfect and beautiful, life is constantly changing and evolving, and I think we like to challenge the museum in that state. I would also like to we like to question where art's place is, because what is the exhibition space? Right now we're swaying because we're on a scientific research vessel in the Arctic zone at the moment, and where we are trying to see how art can work with scientists, and where we have often shared curiosities, but our communication and exhibition space is very different. But we really think that art can be infused and interjected in every discipline, profession, every institution, and artists can therefore bring a philosophical questioning and maybe bring red threads together that are not necessarily seen when people work very much in silos. So we hope to see the post-anthropocentric exploration in very broadly, and art also come out into the world as well, and not stay within just the museum and exhibition space.
Yeah, and in that sense, trying to not necessarily dehumanize the arts, but at least decenter the human within the arts. So it's not about us, but it's about other species and what we can learn from that, to create a new framework of thinking, a new speculation, so that we don't end up in either salvation or destruction, but can find a middle ground, a new kind of thinking, a new kind of framework, new kind of future.
So I wonder how big that SCOBY grew, but anyway, very interesting to hear that.
Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Bae for his answer to the question. So I think this is in one of the most challenging questions I face all the time with such a perspective. I think the humans should and always go back to who they are as part of the universe, not just as human beings. Why do they exist? So I think this is a point where we go back all the time. In order to resolve this issue, we are making artworks. This is not for someone else. At a fundamental level, even when we would not be a human being, we would have gone back to the fundamental aspect of our being and our existence. So over the process of evolution, we came to have consciousness. And when we reach this level of consciousness, where are we going to go? So this is the question facing the entire humanity, and what art can do. At this point in time, I think at least up until this point, it only remains as a question. And through this question, we will be guided into the future. And one of the subjects I'm quite interested in is what is beauty and what is art. And the outcome, the artwork, is not to show what beauty is and what art is. The work itself always go back to the foundation or the starting point. Outcome is not really important. The process itself does matter. So if a same question comes up over and over again, we have to accept the question as it is. What we can do is to share the process. I think that's the best we can do for now. Thank you.
Because of the time constraint, can you please be brief in answering the questions? So who will go first? We have 2 remaining people.
I can go, if you don't mind. Sorry. I was fast on the microphone.
제가 먼저 마이크를 켰던 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 먼저
One of the things that I find is very challenging is probably similar to what ThinkingHand was talking about, that the current systems that we are dealing with as artists is not necessarily structured around the idea of working with, let's say, working together with living matter. I've also faced this thing about bringing mealworms into arts institutions that were very concerned because they actually would potentially devour the other artwork that's in the space, which could cause the loss of millions of krona, right? So, I mean, there are certainly challenges within the sort of structures that we work within, but I think the most profound is the sort of ethical question, like who are we talking for? and on which way can we take that perspective. For me, that is sort of like a very fundamental one. I haven't really broken it yet. I mean, I talk a lot about it. We talk through our eyes, we see through our colors, but I don't really, I mean, I'm always a bit struggling with that sense of like talking on behalf of other beings and other stuff. So, I mean, that's an ongoing question for me, for sure. I find it profoundly important to work with this. I find it importantly profound and important that artists and audiences and people connect. So I think the baseline of this is called connection, conversation, critical thinking to move forward.
And I'll just jump in on that because I think I absolutely agree that that it's about these interconnections, and that for me, I think I'm making artworks for other humans within a human framework, but trying to dismantle the bifurcation, not just between nature and culture, but the idea that environmentalism is just about natural processes, so-called natural processes, and then social justice is purely about our relationship with one another. And instead to go, actually, in order to think about either of these elements, we need to think about the relationality between us, so treating ourselves as a species within a world with other species. And for that, the interconnections and shifting the position of the audience in that is key for us. So all of our pieces involve forms of participation that are structured and dramaturged by us to keep people in a space that they feel comfortable and able to relate to one another, but still kind of shifting away from the supposed disinterested observer that kind of creates a sort of disinterested framed artwork, and instead implicating ourselves and inviting our audiences to implicate themselves in the work as it's being created. And so that's our sort of way of trying to deal with it, but while still looking through, as Tina has said, the red, green and blue of our own eyes.
Thank you so much for your insightful answers. So we are way behind the schedule. So now it's the time for us to wrap up session 3. I hope that we can have another opportunity to discuss these themes and topics further. I really want to thank all our speakers for their insightful presentations. And I also want to thank all the audiences who are joining us online and offline. We will soon have session 4 titled Remaining the New Connection and the Value of Art for a Sustainable Society. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. Now we are going to have the fourth session of the ARKO International Symposium. The theme of this session is reimagining the new connection and the value of art for sustainable society. And my name is Seojie, and I'm very honored to moderate this session. So this is the last session of this year's symposium, while previous sessions focused on artists' creative action for sustainability. In this session, we would like to touch upon the roles and the actions of support organizations. For this, we have five panelists, and let me introduce each of them. First, next to me, so we do have some offline participants. From ARKO, we have Ms. Im Jae-yeon from the Department of International Exchange. And from British Council, we have Park Yun-jo, Art Director. And from the Curator Institute, we have the Melania Bono, Director of Cultural Programs East Asia. And we also have two online participants. From Singapore Esplanade, Yvonne Tam, CEO of Esplanade, is with us. And from Dutch Culture, we have Maricel Veil, Head of International Cultural Policy and Coordination. The session will take about 100 minutes in total, and after short presentations by 5 panelists, we are going to have some discussion session. Prior to this event, in advance, we actually sent some questions to 5 panelists. And the question was, what are the keywords and key tasks for support organization or national policies to reflect values and contribution of art to promote sustainable society? So what will be the keywords and key tasks for your own organizations? So for this, I think each panelist will give us a short introduction on their organization and also provide some answers to this first question. So let's first hear from the Im Jae-yeon from ARKO. Good evening. I am Im Jae-yeon from ARKO. I would like to briefly talk about the role of ARKO for sustainable society. ARKO has carried out various projects in order to build sustainable ecosystem for art. So we have dealt with the climate crisis and also the diversity, social equality, and gender equality. So first, with regards to art and climate crisis, we have carried out several projects to promote internal and external understanding. In particular, last September, we have held the ARKO Convergence Festival titled Nothing Makes Itself in order to promote understanding in art field regarding climate change. We have used the visual multidisciplinary art fields, and we have used the VR and IR and robot and data visualization and sound interactions to present the multidisciplinary work. And assuming interconnection and interactions and entanglement between bodies of human and non-human beings, and shifting away from the dichotomy of ideology that put technology advancement always versus the environmental protection, we provide a venue where everyone can coexist and establish relations in a single organic union to create virtuous circle for the future. And also, we have established 3 subcommittees for sustainable governance to support art. First, we have the Field Communication Subcommittee. It lends a ear to vibrant voices in the field, and it holds various discussion and consultations to explore various solutions to promote art. We also have the Policy Innovation Subcommittee for Gender Equality. So, in order to create the ecosystem, for the fair future of art, we have organized various roundtables. Through the operation of such subcommittees, we generate various discussions from forums, roundtables, and small talks. And based on that, we establish future-oriented sustainable policies to support art and try to put them into actual art practice. Next is about the support for cultural diversity and inclusiveness of art. So we have carried out the Cultural Diversity Project. In order to promote balanced understanding, we have provided the cultural diversity education, and also we have Rainbow Bridge project to create opportunities for exchanges among different cultural entities, including multicultural, minority culture, and generational culture. And we also operate research archives to study cultural diversity and hold weekly events to promote cultural diversity. Last but not least, I would like to touch upon the Sustainable International Exchange Project. From 2016, we have launched the International Joint Art Fund project. I'm very sorry for this. I actually set up the alarm to finish my presentation on time, but let me begin. So I would like to briefly touch upon the Sustainable International Exchange Project that we support. From 2016, we launched the International Joint Art Fund project together with the UK, Germany, Denmark, Singapore, and Netherlands. And it's for 2 years. And this symposium actually has been organized with the support of our overseas partner agencies in this joint fund project. Currently, we see a growing importance on theme-based mutual art exchange projects that provide opportunities to address and reflect global common issues with art. And for this, ARKO had set out the particular subjects for collaboration with overseas partner agencies and sponsor various bilateral support art projects. For example, like with Singapore, we set the art and technology as a theme for collaboration, and with Netherlands, inclusiveness, diversity, and innovation. And we have promoted and selected several projects in order to broaden our understanding. And for the future, we are going to focus on climate change and also the social equality, and we'll continue to develop various keywords in order to carry out these theme-based projects. With COVID pandemic that delivered a sort of universal blow to every country, the importance of international solidarity has been emphasized more than ever before. And we are currently working to reflect this trend. So while maintaining the current bilateral exchange for the mid to long term, we do have a plan to pursue multilateral exchanges. And as a start, recently, we signed the MOU with UNIC Korea, which is the EU National Institute for Culture, which is the European Union network of organizations engaged in cultural relations. Art plays an important role in shaping the future of society. As a support agency, ARKO will continue to strive and continue to have communication with artists and people in the field to reflect their voices. And in order to build a sustainable society, I believe that the roles of art should be emphasized, and ARKO will continue to strive for that. We imagine something beyond our imagination, and then with the systemic effort, we can actually make this come true, and this will enhance the potential and expand our potential. So ARKO, rather than pursuing a monotonous, uniformed method of the supporting art, we will continue to build the mutually beneficial, synergistic relations and provide effective supports for artists. With that, let me conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With regards to sustainability and sustainable society, across various disciplines and areas and fields, and from various perspectives, ARKO is quite active. And at the level of governance as well as the international exchange, ARKO is quite active. Now, I'd like to turn to Mr. Marcel Veil of Dutch Culture for his presentation.
Good afternoon, Seoul. Good afternoon, Korea. This is Marcel Veil from Dutch Culture in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. It is my true honor to participate in ARKO's International Symposium 2022 and to also participate in the forthcoming panel discussion. It's also an honor because the topic of today's panel discussion is quite dear to my heart. To bear responsibility for a livable planet, a green planet, a healthy planet, is a responsibility that should be felt by everyone, working in the cultural arena or not. But working for Dutch culture and always focusing on international cultural collaboration, we quite often are confronted with questions regarding mobility, Because international collaboration means quite often that we have to travel from one part of the planet to another part. And more than often, we should ask ourselves the question, is it really necessary to travel? Is it safe to travel? Are there other ways to connect with other people in other parts of the world? Is it possible to use digital tools to connect, to do preparatory work before we quite easily and unconsciously step into a plane? And also, if we do so, is our stay abroad long enough, and is it rewarding enough to also justify our ecological footprint made by taking an airplane or a car? We should always be very cautious and conscious regarding these questions. What is the added value of really traveling? And if we travel and we start a collaboration, how fair is this collaboration? How equal? And is there true reciprocity? These are all elements related to working in a justified way with other human beings, with other organizations, and with and on our very vulnerable planet. It is also a pleasure to share with you two examples of artists that took up the glove, so to speak, and started working from their artistic practice on items regarding sustainability and a greener planet. Because artists, I think, are very important for the mental change that should take place first. Before we change our economy, our behavior, we should change mentally, spiritually. We should spiritually, emotionally connect ourselves in a different way with the planet, with other human beings, and in essence, with ourselves. And this is a visionary trajectory. We should be guided by visionary spirits. And I think artists and art and culture in general can be truly helpful to give alternative perspectives on how we could behave and how we could look at things, alternative ways of behavior. The thinking out of the box is something that artists can be very helpful for. First of all, I want to share with you a project from an artist, scholar, journalist, who is also curator as well, who is quite dear to Dutch culture, because part of Dutch culture is trans artists, a huge database for artists in residencies all over the world. And Jasmin Ostendorf, who was the founding mother, so to speak, of the Green Art Lab Alliance, shared her battle together with trans artists and the organization Judy's Bicycle in the UK to establish a true, almost miscellaneum-like network of art organizations who are all contributing to environmental sustainability through their creative practice. This is very important because planetary health has reached its tipping points, and the Green Art Lab Alliance, aka GALA, established their international and decentralized alliance as a way to amplify the voices of artists and art organizations responding to the various social and environmental issues that are a result of this. GALA acts as a knowledge alliance, strategically sharing resources, information and solidarity. And since 2013, GALA have grown with partners in Europe, Asia and Latin America. The Alliance connects and empowers art centers, museums, residencies, art collectives, activists and grassroots initiatives that are strongly embedded, and it's very important, in their local communities. Though some are big and others are small, what they have in common is that they all perceive the arts as a powerful resource for social and environmental justice. A network like the Green Art Lab Alliance is an example how art organizations can help in creating a healthier and more sustainable world. But of course, in the past and perhaps in the future, people have and will behave in a very irresponsible and perhaps even criminal way. And the artist Jonas Staal has created a beautiful work called the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, the CICC. And it's a court that creates hearings in which prosecutors and witnesses can present evidence and declarations to support their complaints. The procedures is just like a tribunal, and it's led by 4 judges, among which is Rhoda de Souza, a writer, academic, advocate and activist. And the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes is really a collaboration between Jonas Staal and Rhoda de Souza. During the hearings, the CICC will deliver evidence of climate crimes both in the past and of the present. And they look at the impact of the crimes on the here and now and on planetary life in the future. As such, the tribunal rejects the linear and individualized narratives that are a foundation of our current legal system. The hearings will be presented and documented online, and all the dossiers with evidence and witnesses will be presented both to institutional and activist organizations. In this way, legal action and artistic imagination goes hand in hand and will also deliver a long-lasting testimony of the responsibility felt by Jonas Staal and Rhoda de Souza. By showing Jonas Staal's work and the Green Art Lab Alliance, I very humbly share with you 2, I think, very important initiatives. And there is a relationship with Korea, because both Jonas Staal and the Green Art Lab Alliance are at this moment working towards a collaboration with Korea, and probably, hopefully, their work will also be seen and witnessed by a Korean audience. So far for my small presentation. I'm very much looking forward to also sharing ideas with the colleagues here in the panel and to start a dialogue later in the program. Thank you for now.
Thank you. So the first presentation was delivered by support organization, and Dutch culture is more focused on international exchange. So that is why you feel such a great sense, great responsibility, and being aware of what is created and generated as a result of the international exchange. And you also called for the role to be played by visionary artists. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Park Yoon-jo, Director of Arts of British Council Korea. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me today. My special thanks go to ARKO for inviting me to this significant and meaningful symposium. British Council wants to build connections, understanding, and trust between people and in Korea, in UK and other countries through arts and culture, education, and the English language. And this, we hope that will lead to co-prosperity and peace and knowledge and innovation. I would like to briefly introduce what we are doing in Korea. David Hockness artworks and London Symposium's concert and Hamlet. Well, these are all artworks, but you can meet and have an encounter with art all around the world and wherever you are. Settlers Wealth senior dance group did the international tour. The membership was composed of those who are over 60 years old. and the Cambridge team will create an art-focused movement. And art is there to encourage people to, under difficult situation, and art to create an outlet for people to express themselves in such a distress and hardship brought about by COVID-19. As you can see on the screen over the last several years, we have focused on the disabled and the senior to help them to express themselves through various art forms and disciplines, including play, theater, and dance. Through this, we have explored the benefits and as well as the positive outcomes of art. One of the most serious challenges is the coexistence with the environment. So many people living in this age are living more prosperous and convenient life than the kings 100 years ago, but we are paying the price with environmental catastrophe as well as the climate crisis. If you do the recycling, you would know that the process is quite cumbersome. You have to remove the sticker attached on the glass bottle, and you have to let it soak in the water for some time. You also have to recycle different materials in a different way. Sometimes it is quite time-consuming. So adhesives should be created in order to facilitate the recycling process, and this will reduce the negative environmental impact. If you consider the environmental impact in the first place, then you will be able to reduce the amount of waste generated. If you ride a bicycle and if you do the recycling, then you can play your part to a certain extent. But in order to create insignificant change and meaningful change, we have to be more active. UK is made of Scotland, Wales, England, and Northern Ireland. And Arts Council England, or ACE, supports the arts organizations in England. In 2020, Arts Council England announced its 10-year strategy, Let's Create, and it also announced its delivery plan for the next 3 years as well as the investment principles. As you can see on the screen, the Let's Create 10-year strategy has its own vision as well as the detailed delivery plan. There is one term quite interesting, that is investment. When we talk about the arts organizations, we use the term subsidies or support, but Art Council England uses the expression investment in order to have this concept of investment principles. But support means one-sided action, but investment means that investment entails responsibility and accountability. ACE has 4 investment principles. They are ambition and quality, dynamism, environmental responsibility, and inclusivity and relevance. One of Arts Council England's investment principles is environmental responsibility. This is to reduce and cut down the carbon footprint in whatever it does. So this supports the comprehensive approach to the carbon footprint as well as the environmental crisis. So this is to make sure that the carbon reduction or emission reduction experiences are shared with the audiences as well as the local community under the 3 different pillars of understanding the data, plan, action, and change, and influence, education, and advocacy. Arts Council England offers various toolkit and activities and action plans so that various art organizations and artists can plan and act on environmental plan. Other than that, we utilize vlog, blog, and podcast so that various art organizations can share their experiences. And we also offer trainings, and we also create a venue for further discussion among these art organizations. Julie's Bicycle is a pioneering non-profit organization created by the music industry in 2007. Well, Julie's Bicycle provides guidance and expertise through event tools and resources, consultancy, and leadership training and advocacy in order to help arts organizations throughout England and throughout the globe to reduce their carbon emissions. And British Council also launched creative project public offering, and Gathering Moss was selected and implemented. Climate change was for such a long time confined in the image of a polar bear, but now through various artistic platforms and solidarity actions and support have been elicited. And art serves as a platform to make the voices heard and to encourage lasting conversation. I believe this is a testament to the potential of art. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So she talked about the role of British Council as well as the England Art Council and its initiative called Let's Create and how they pursue sustainable society with what kind of policies. She also gave us some example. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Moving on, from the Quethe Institute, we have the Melanie Bono, Director of Asia Pacific Cultural Programs.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy to be able to present Goethe Institute's work here at the symposium, and thank you to ARKO very much for the opportunity. So to begin with the work of the Goethe Institute, I want to explain a little bit about our organization because it may be hard to understand, and I also want to show how the thought of sustainability is ingrained in the DNA of our organization. So the Goethe Institute is the cultural institute of the Federal Republic of Germany and is active worldwide. Last year, we celebrated the 70th birthday of Goethe Institute. It was founded in 1951, originally as a language school for German teachers who would teach German abroad, and also, of course, because of German role in Second World War, to re-establish connections with the world and Germany again. So the first institute abroad was founded in 1952 in Athens, and the first cultural program started in 1968. So you can already see by the date, it is very much related to the push for a more critical public debate in Europe and Western countries related to the 68 movement. So the cultural program of the Goethe Institute was from its beginning very much connected to socio-political topics. And then the year after that, in '69, the first so-called frame agreement between the German Foreign Office and Goethe Institute followed, and an agreement on cooperation. So today, the Goethe Institute is a network of 158 institutes in 98 countries. There are also 12 institutes in Germany, and the headquarters, so the headquarters is in Munich, and of course we have an office in Berlin. Worldwide, there are more than 4,000 employees working for the Goethe Institute, and in 2021, a total of 18,000 cultural events happened worldwide and reaching more than 13 million people. So this is the scope of the work. So our status is a non-profit organization. So we are a mediator. We're working on behalf of the Federal Office of Germany, but we remain independent. And so this gives us an intermediary role between the state and the civil society. So the Goethe Institute is supporting the sustainability goals, the 70 sustainability goals of the UN Agenda 2030. And as you can already see from the chart, it is going much beyond of ecological aims. So it's not only trying to prevent climate crisis, but aiming for a lot of a big scope of goals. And this is also the conviction of the Goethe Institute that climate friendliness worldwide can only be reached if it's accompanied by social, by cultural, and by economic fairness and equality. So there's a need for worldwide cooperation and communication, for much more of it, and for an improvement of this. And since the Goethe Institute's main task is the international cultural exchange, Goethe Institute wants to bring in this knowledge and its expertise into the process of creating a more sustainable world. So our working fields and responsibilities, all under the umbrella of international cultural exchange, is first of all language learning and education. Then it's cultural cooperation, and it's providing information about Germany and beyond, and also bringing information from different countries worldwide into German discourses. So that also German public can learn about what's happening all over the world. And our working principles, ever since the cultural program, or ever since the 70s, when the cultural policy was becoming a third pillar of German foreign policy, have always been creating dialogue through encounters, to allow different perspectives and diverse narratives, to have respectful exchanges, even about divergent opinions and different points of views, to work collaboratively and to give space for local topics and concerns, and to create frameworks within our projects for inclusivity and participation, and of course for diversity and gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the sun set, and the light was also turned off together with the sunset, somehow by coincidence. Anyways, the Goethe Institute has the history of 70 years, and throughout its history, I think it has evolved a lot. And currently, it is focusing on building sustainability, and it has dealt with the very far-reaching, comprehensive issues based on its capabilities and also expertise that it has accumulated over the past 70 years. And for more details, maybe we can have discussion later. And last but not least, we would like to invite the CEO of the Esplanade, Yvonne Tam, please.
Hi, my name is Yvonne.
예, 안녕하십니까.
I'd like to thank ARKO for this chance to share what we do at the Esplanade. I'm just checking that my slides are visible. Great. I think it's not. There you go. Yeah. Thanks to ARKO. And my presentation today was addressing actually the ideas of sustainable society more so than climate sustainability. So, I just want to be able to give some context compared to many of the other speakers who are arts councils or centers that look at promoting international exchange. The Esplanade, or where I'm speaking from, is actually fairly localized, right? Because we are an arts center itself. So very practical stuff about what an arts center can do, not so much from the perspective of climate sustainability, but cultural sustainability. Just to give you a quick sense where we are situated, as you can see, while the arts councils and the policy-making organizations in Singapore are the Ministry and the National Arts Council. They run lots of artist studios. Esplanade supports that by being that space to translate policy into action and into community relationships. Very quickly, we are one of the busiest art centers in the world. We take about 2 million attendances a year and we organize about 3,500 activities a year. We're about 50% government funded and 50% earned and raised income. Just a quick sense also of where we stand when it comes to, being such a large facility and trying to be as responsible as a citizen as possible. Singapore does have a 2050 zero emissions target. So being a 50% government funded organization, we're working very hard to also meet those targets. So actually this entire building over the years, we've been transforming it so that it can receive the highest standards of energy efficiency. We have also taken all our outdoor spaces that in the late 1990s were hard and concrete, and we've made them into gardens. The whole building collects and recycles rainwater and food waste. And we do have a facility for electric vehicles built into the building's car park. So in some ways, as a National Arts Center, that's what we do. We look at what the national policies are, and we try to lead and demonstrate to the public what are some easy ways in which they can be part of that movement. Just very quickly, when it comes to sustainability, I think how the Arts Center looks at ourselves is that we think of sustainability as relevance, that the moment you continue to ask yourself, what are the questions that will keep you relevant to society? You are playing a role in its cultural sustainability, in its social sustainability, in financial sustainability. And I think that question of how we contribute on the environmental sustainability, and maybe we'll take that more in discussion. My presentation will focus a lot more on aspects of cultural and social sustainability, particularly relating some of these questions to what it means post-COVID for us as an art center. One of the early things that this art center did was that it looked at every single public open space, and we decided that no space will space. We will make every single space, including corridors, into spaces for the arts, in a way trying to be as efficient as possible with our physical spaces. So what you see here, the atriums are transformed into installation art spaces. Our courtyards, our gardens are made into performing spaces. The common foyer space is turned into a live stage every day, and our outdoor waterfront into an outdoor space. And I think what we've done over the years by making these common spaces that people don't have to pay money to see the arts into performance spaces is that we've built a habit for the arts. So even though COVID kept people apart, the moment the public could gather, they crave the public space. So at first we were a bit worried whether after 2 years of isolation and COVID, whether people would come back. But we've realized that if you spend your effort and your energy constantly thinking about creating common spaces for people together, actually that builds a habit, and that feeds into a level of sustainability for the arts and society as well. The other important kind of principle for us is that communities like together because they're celebrating their social relationships. So we try to think of the arts and the space and the spaces we run and our activities as the occasion for communities to celebrate the most important occasions in their lives. So, Singapore is a very diverse society culturally. Many different ethnic communities live in Singapore. So every time such communities are celebrating a new year, a religious celebration, we say to ourselves, can the Arts Centre host an event so that when that community thinks about gathering together, they're thinking not just of visiting each other, they're thinking about celebrating with the arts. And what we've discovered over the years is that has built, again, a habit into many different communities thinking about the arts as being part of how they may celebrate their community relationships. So in this case, we have a festival for the Chinese New Year, a festival for Hari Raya, which is where the Malay community or the Muslim community gathers, and a festival for the Indian community during Deepavali, which is an important season for particularly South Indians. So we have created these occasions, and I think that's very, very much part of how the Arts Centre thinks about sustaining an interest and an audience in the arts. The other thing is, of course, prioritizing the next generation. But I would say this has been a big question mark over the last 2 years with COVID. We've not had young people come out to the Arts Centre. So the question remains whether we have lost that touch with young audiences. The other thing another major issue that would have come up over the last few years would be mental wellness. I think COVID has shown that a critical thing for society, and it's going to be, I think, an ongoing issue, will be that of mental wellness. So the question for an arts centre and for artists in Singapore particularly is, how does the arts serve mental wellness? In many Asian societies, we are aging, very fast aging. So part of mental wellness too is the ability to have healthy, active aging communities. So for the Esplanade, that's a very large, in a way, issue that we are considering at the moment. How can we be that space for a fast aging population to spend meaningful aging lives with us and build healthy habits and healthy mental habits as well for the rest of society. Many of the speakers spoke about inclusion and looking at equalities, gender equalities, and various forms of inclusion. Here in Singapore, we've been building very hard. How do we get to be a whole lot more inclusive? People with dementia, people with autism, people with various different disabilities and abilities. And COVID has shown how vulnerable these communities can be during a crisis. So in the last 2 years in particular, we focus quite a lot on making sure that we are dementia friendly, that most of our programs, particularly our children's programs, will receive people of different abilities. And we are now looking at equipping the center and our artists so that almost every single program that's presented at the center, we can say is accessible to all peoples. So I think that's going to continue to be one of the key issues for us as we're looking at what are the social issues going forward and how do we remain relevant. Artists have suffered quite a lot in the last 2 years with COVID. And we've also seen the world being increasingly divided. I think although we have a large, Marcel raised the issue about traveling and, given all the carbon footprint of travel, how can international relationships through the arts be strengthened? I think that's a really, really important question because the arts is the only truly global meeting space for people. The Olympics is competitive, even though it feels good. You're still competing with one another. But in the arts, when we meet, we don't compete. And in fact, it's great to be different. The more different we are, the more we celebrate that differences on our stages. So I feel we cannot stop going to each other's countries and sharing our art form. But how do we do that responsibly? I think that's a big question. Do we tour orchestras and ballets, or do we find new ways of collaboration that are meaningful, that we spend deeper time together in mentorships and sustained mentorships, that we look at multi-year exchanges between arts groups, some of which can be done via digital exchanges, but eventually meeting physically. But we don't always have to fly. But eventually, I think that results in us having to think about longer term collaborations, collaborative co-creation projects, more sustained mentorship type relationships or collaborative relationship, more residencies over not just a couple of weeks but 2 months, 3 months residencies where you could truly understand a culture and you could create work with the artists. So actually during COVID, Esplanade launched an international research residency precisely for this purpose. Finally, I think we also realized with COVID how vulnerable artists and freelancers can be. So I think one of the major issues for an art center today is making sure that we are keeping relevant the arts and freelance workers. So we spent a whole lot more time investing in training, not just for our staff, but actually for the whole sector. And I think that continuous training and learning for cultural workers is going to be more important for many of us working this area. Sorry. And finally, I think we've not talked about digitalization, but as an art center, digitalization is a major, major part. We've been asking ourselves since 2017, what does it mean to be a digital art center? And we continue to ask those questions. Because we asked them in 2017, during COVID, we were better prepared to be supporting artists to continue to make work. And I think if you're thinking about continued relevance to the next generation, we can't not answer that question of a deeper relationship with the digital medium. Thank you. That's all that I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As Yvonne said, we have a variety of organizations here. We have support organization and an organization focused on international exchange, and we also have an art center. So I think with the definition of a sustainable society and arts for a sustainable society might differ from one another. And we have such a multi-layered perspective here. Then how can we move on to the next round of the discussion that will be quite exciting and interesting?
So the audiences here today were the panelists from their own positions. We'd like to hear their perspectives and what kind of concerns or issues that they're facing with regards to the sustainable society. So they have made several presentations for our understanding. And now let us begin the main part of our discussion. So during the presentations, you talked about what kind of activities you provide for what and what fields. So you gave us very good presentations. Now for the discussion part, yes, we have tasks to do and activities to do, but among them, what is your priority or what is your most urgent pressing challenges? Please talk about that and also please mention why. So maybe who will go first? Maybe Im Jae-yeon from ARKO. Can you start? Okay, let me start. First of all, I think we have to understand trends in international and cultural art field, and we have to keep abreast with them. And it is crucially important at the same time to lead changes in perception and trend in the domestic art community. Artists show them with their actions, and support organizations like ARKO should create a support platform to help artists having new perspectives. And also, building a healthy ecosystem to support artists is equally important. We have to promote dialogue among support organizations, including ARKO. And so we have to promote collaboration. We have to define clear roles and responsibilities to ensure mutually beneficial operation to unleash synergy effects. We also have to provide the comprehensive all-around support for a program for artists. Because in Korea, in fact, resources are very limited, as you know. And therefore, each organization, I believe, should select and focus on what they can do well and share their best practices with others. And also the Melanie Bono, as she mentioned, she talked about the UN 2030 sustainable goals, as well as the 17 goals of the sustainability. And the key words from these goals actually correspond with the major keywords in today's international culture and art scenes. For example, climate change, gender equality, social equality, and inclusiveness. And therefore, the Korean government and ARKO is also carrying out ESG management at government level to promote social values. So ARKO is not an exception. We have also engaged in various programs to carry out ESG management and to promote social values. And also, when it comes to international exchange, I believe that we have to establish a fair collaboration, and for this, we have to build a solid system.
I asked her about the most important and the most pressing challenge, and she gave us a very comprehensive description of the challenges at hand. And so the challenges at the organization level, all three are of great importance.
Now, Melanie, I do have a question that. So Ms. Lim talked about the various tasks that they have to carry out, but among them, for artists to build a sustainable society, as a facilitator, support agencies, what will be the most important task that the support agency should carry out?
Yes, I was afraid you would ask me. It's a very difficult question to answer, I think, and it's hard to think of what is the most urgent issue. But I saw Yvonne's presentation, and also Marcel mentioned it a little bit. The question of mobility for international exchange is also a pressing question for Goethe Institute. Now that the world is recovering from the pandemic, where nobody could travel, of course we want to take with us the lessons we learned about how we can use digital means to exchange, to connect, to work together on projects. But there's also another experience, or another side of this experience that now comes strongly. You know, we experienced all that the digital experience can do a lot, but it's also limited. It's limited, especially when it comes to personal connections, to encounters, to exchanging ideas, which are very much not always dependent on making a presentation and very straightly communicating to each other, but maybe have common experiences, to learn also about the places where people come from, to feel them, to really have some experiences there. So for Goethe Institute, it has become clear that we cannot, we don't want to do everything digitally and online. We want to have these kind of travel opportunities for people to meet. I also think it's, from my personal opinion, it's very dangerous. You know, the digital media and the information available makes it very easy to believe that you know everything about almost all kinds of places worldwide. But I think it's very wrong. I think it's very important to experience places in person and to meet the people there and to talk to them. So for us, it's really one of the challenges to kind of balance the digital approaches to use the advantages of this with the travels, and of course there's a CO2 footprint involved in traveling worldwide. So we want to make it more conscious as a process. So we are also thinking about how we can promote longer stays, how we can maybe enlarge our residency programs for people to stay longer, to make it more worthwhile to do those travels. We're also thinking about how we can enter more long-term collaborations where parts of it can be prepared digitally, but in the end there will be some meeting, some encounter somewhere in the world. And I was talking in my presentation a lot about the value of communication and of learning how to communicate, even though and to be open to different perspectives. And this is also very important now, as we see the world has become more local again through the pandemic. So there has been a closing of borders. There has been like a kind of renationalization of scenes as well, because travel was not so easy. So we really want to work into opening up again, and not only have bilateral connections between Germany and the local guest country, but also bring our network into the position to have even more multilateral approaches, just like ARKO is also aiming to have these kind of work. We think it's really important to build these worldwide networks where we can exchange a lot of different perspectives, and to be able to learn from a lot of different experiences, and also to learn about the complex situations that can only be described by local knowledge.
As you listen to Melanie, Mr. Fail, you might have a lot of things to talk about. So you sure? I'm sorry, I'm not finished yet. So now's the time for us to talk critically about mobility, but we have to consider whether it's worthwhile to travel, and if we do have to do, then we have to stay longer. So I'd like to know what kind of challenges you are facing and how you are addressing them, and what kind of initiatives you are trying and you have launched. If it's possible, please share those things with us.
First of all, I want to say that I completely agree with the former speaker from the Goethe Institute that although there are all kinds of digital means to connect with one another and to communicate, a real physical meeting in the same space, in the same time, is really indispensable. It is something that is essential to make a proper connection, because sharing an experience and sharing stories in the same time and space is essential to really connect with one another, not in an abstract way, but in a very human, valuable way. So yes, one has to continue to travel. This is, I think, unavoidable, but it's also valuable. So yes, we have to be very cautious on why we travel, for what reason, how we travel, and how long a stay can be. So extension of stay, especially also in residency programs, is hugely important. But it all comes down to being very cautious on what you do and how you do it and how you establish connections. Because a connection is easier said than done. A true connection requires also the ability to create a safe space in which people can connect, a space in which people can also share perhaps difficult topics, painful stories, but also a space in which people can really reveal themselves, also their uncertainties. I think this is an essential part to really connect, and something like this is easier done when you are at the table in the same space. And Yvonne mentioned also the importance of art and culture as a moment and a place for gathering, and I think this is also something that we have to pay more attention to. A moment of coming together, of gathering. Is, I think, important also to exchange, to connect, and to learn from one another. One used to sit around a fire to tell stories, whether it's gossip or real important knowledge and wisdom, or one met at the well, or one sat at the table to really share food, for instance. And this sharing is, I think, a hugely important way to connect, because one can establish connections in various ways. And sharing things and opening up to other ones, and an exchange of experiences and knowledge is hugely important. And this is sometimes required to do in the same space. So one has to travel. Artists and also representatives of organizations, they have to travel, but it should be done in a responsible and very conscious way. Another thing also about the the connection, but also about these moments of coming together, is accessibility. And that's not only whether you are able or disabled or vulnerable, but there's also a hugely important economical element. When you are invited to the table, or if you have a wish to come to a table, to a cultural space, to a cultural venue, it should also be economically possible. And there's a huge economical inequality, of course, all over the world. And I think that also arts and culture should do outreach activities towards communities that simply cannot afford to take part of the debate, or to sit at the table, or to be part of a coming together. And also these outreach programs requires mobility, that we have to leave our own safe bubble and to go out to places where arts and culture is less obvious and also less accessible. And I think this exchange is also an important part of mobility that we shouldn't ignore.
As Melanie and Yvonne, as well as Marcel, are proposing, I think probably something in the same direction. There are something I can see.
So Yvonne, Tom, you talked about several activities that you have engaged in and how you promote that. But maybe the previous speaker talked about the importance of outreach activities and offline interactions. So the Esplanade creates the connection with the local community, and you said that the art center should be used to celebrate the special occasion of different communities. And so in this process, what kind of concerns or priorities you do have?
Agree with Marcel that actually the economic access is hugely important. I think actually social divides on economic fronts are going to be more and more obvious and more dangerous, because the economic divides will coincide with the ethnic or the religious. And when you have two divides in one space, that's very explosive. So I think the art space, be it a theater or a garden, a public space or a community, artists, when we can gather over the arts, we should look at these forms of gathering as occasions to put things on an equal footing as much as we can. I mean, which is why I think for the Esplanade, even though the public and the free performances every day and every weekend makes us no money, we continue to do that because symbolically we want to demonstrate that you can sit next to somebody who's entirely different from you and still have the same good time. But I think you asked me about what's a priority or really important at this stage. I'm worried about the next generation, people who are kind of 14 to 19. I wonder about their experience and their concerns for the future. Of course, climate and ecological sustainability is topmost on many of these young people's minds, so we can't ignore it. But I also think their growing up experience is very different from ours because they are spending so much screen time. So while we may say that the digital connections are not powerful, they have grown up with the digital connections being the most powerful thing that they have. So to us, we think it's limiting. To them, it's hugely liberating. So I think we do not fully understand their growing up experience. And therefore, I think the artists and the power of the artists is to try to reimagine, both to draw them out from the screen time, but also to reimagine what could be even more meaningful on the digital space beyond buying, swiping, showing off, or telling a silly joke, or making a casual engagement. So for the Esplanade, that's a question we ask ourselves from programming, marketing, every single department. We are asking ourselves, what is the next generation going to be like? How do we talk to them? What will they say when they step into a space? Will they still want to come into a space? And if they're not in this space, how do we bring the arts into where they are? So I would say the core word for me is next generation, or core phrase. And trying to embrace and include or connect with that generation as much as possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So you talked about the next generation and how they continue to have some relevance with art. So that's your priority. And you talked about the roles of artists. What about the British Council?
So we have a British Council, and you shared with us Art Council England's Let's Create. I think, well, through the presentation, I could see that, well, this is the challenge, well, which is deeply considered and pondered upon in England as well. So what is your take on this? To my understanding, policy, which is Let's Create, was the evolution of Great Art for All, and which was updated into Let's Create, which was announced in 2020. And Great Art for All put an emphasis on creators and participants, audiences. There is such a division between the artist or creator of art and the consumer of art, audiences. But in Let's Create, well, there is no clear line drawn between the two. The line has become blurred. So in a more sustainable society, or to create a more sustainable society, what arts can do as an agency in the cultural exchange and collaboration, we can see that respect is of greatest importance. This has been highlighted in many countries, including England, and respect is based on mutual profound understanding. Only then, only you understand the other party, you can truly respect the other. And I can see that toward each other and toward the environment, artists represent various ideas and thoughts and express those ideas. And art as an activity has fun, play, communication, and action. So, as far as Let's Create is concerned, this is to to promote and encourage creativity and their participation in artistic activities, so that they have better mutual understanding, which will lead to better understanding of each other as well as the better understanding of the environment. And I believe this is the approach, overarching approach taken by Let's Create, so that we realize what kind of responsibility we have as the one who are living on Earth and how to address the challenges at hand at a global scale. I do not believe there is only one solution to the issues at hand. So this is an opportunity to consider all the alternatives and how to address issues. And I believe the process itself can be considered as art. So in that sense, we can recognize the role of art or the contribution of art to make society a better place. And I believe there are so many things art can do. Thank you. As I listen to one by one, I think, you might have some question toward each other. Or if there is anything you want to make a comment on, this is an opportunity.
Before our online participants, do you have any questions or comments or any comment on your priority, the most important task that you believe, or any opinion? If not,
Well,
then
one thing perhaps, sorry. I think we should also realize in making connections and entering meaningful dialogues to also include other voices than the ones from the arts and culture. I think especially regarding sustainability and restoring and reconnecting our connection with the planet. Other sectors and other disciplines are hugely important to also include because they can be beneficial. For instance, science, technology is not only an instrument for high tech is not only a tool, a completely accepted tool for audiences, but also for artists. And the exchange between art and culture and technology on various levels is hugely interesting. So if we start a debate about how we can improve our sustainable responsibility, I think we should definitely also listen to other voices than the ones from arts and culture. So some sort of interdisciplinary approach. Perhaps there's also a mental and perhaps even a spiritual element to it. Technology and spirituality combined with the arts can be also hugely fascinating, at least to open up and to broaden our perspective and also the dialogue. So this is the one I want to add to the discussion.
Thank you very much. What you just mentioned, I believe, is one of the overarching themes the symposium attempts to address.
The Ms. Lim, you talked about the ARKO's activities and how you promote the interaction between art and technology to build a more sustainable society. So any comment on the Mr. Marcel's remark? When I did the collaboration project with Singapore from 2016 to 2020, so we did the cooperation project, and at that time, in fact, the art and technology, yes, that was a hot potato issue at the time, but it wasn't really the time that it was seriously connected with the sustainability. But then after the COVID, things have changed. All the international exchanges have been stalled, and also the artists could not go overseas. So they could not continue with the inbound or outbound activities. But with the digital technology, by taking advantage of digital technology, we will continue to maintain exchanges and cooperation with overseas. So reconnection is important, but I believe that the art and technology, I think this will continue to be more and more important. This is something that really requires our deep thought on this. And I think it is critical for sustainability as well. When it comes to climate change, technology, you may think how the technology can come along with the climate change, because technology is the main culprit behind the climate change. It actually causes climate change. But my perspective is a little bit different. I don't really agree with this. So the Mr. Marcel,
Sorry,
you talk.
I just have a response to what Marcel was saying, and was I was thinking that actually one of the things that organizations like Dutch Culture, Goethe, ARKO, Arts Councils can do is that we are often inviting scientists, technologists, people from other sectors to come into the arts and have that conversation. And I actually do think that maybe one way is for organizations like yours to bring artists into their conversations, because, you know, as companies are thinking about solutions, artists help communicate some of these issues, or can bring perspectives about human behavior, about societies which perhaps artists or designers may not always have that full perspective. So this is one thing we struggle with at the Art Center too, that while we work with artists on particular projects, when we're thinking about innovation, they're often thinking, it would be great to have a partner from, a tech firm or, XYZ type industry from another discipline coming in to help me in my artistic project. But actually, it's really hard to get those partnerships going because they are not primarily interested in artistic conversation. But the artists can have a much larger impact on society if they are inserted into some of these broader conversations. And then perhaps over time, many of these other industries or disciplines may understand the arts better, and they may more willingly come on board to also support artistic projects. So I'm just thinking maybe the artists should go and invade or be in other spaces. And over time, the rest will see the value and they actually want to partner us also on the artistic and cultural projects. So I was just wondering whether your organizations have worked on parachuting artists into non-arts projects, but in order for artists to make change on scientific, technological, environmental projects.
I couldn't agree more, Yvonne. This is, I think, a very important remark. But it is my experience, still very, very difficult for other sectors, science and technology, to open up and to recognize and acknowledge the importance of other voices, also for them to think differently, to get alternative narratives, to get new ideas. And I mentioned this connection between perhaps the triangle between arts and culture, technology, science, and spirituality. In that sense,
I think, well, though, Marcel's connection is lost, so I'd like to turn to Melanie while he is joining us back.
Yes,
Any examples?
I'm actually very thankful for the topic of this transdisciplinary approach. I also think it's very important, and I think we have all been working a lot in the field of arts and technology, and I think there's a huge openness of artists to work with new technologies. I think it's maybe sometimes really, like Marcel said, lacking in opportunities to really work with the technology, especially with cutting edge and maybe expensive technology approaches. But I think another role that hasn't been mentioned of art and culture for technology and for the development of technology is also to create a thinking space about the effects that these technologies will have on society. So we have learned a lot about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can be biased towards gender or certain social groups, because the databases that artificial intelligence is relying on is also biased in the first place. And I think it's very important also for sustainable development of our societies to be aware of all these things. And I think artists make a wonderful job in make you able to experience these very complex things and the backgrounds of these new technologies in a very sensual experience. So it makes it easier to be empathetic with the consequences that may arise, may they be positive or negative. So I think it's wonderful to work transdisciplinary, and Goethe Institute is also engaging in cultural entrepreneurship. So it's this is another field, but it's also taking an approach towards sustainability to support initiatives that are working on innovative ideas for improving situations in different fields.
I think, well, he is still trying to join us back. I think, well, Evan's proposal was quite valid. Since the start of 2000, the artistic intervention has been very active. So the artists were parachuted into different sectors for collaboration and exchange. And in Korea, the Artist Welfare Foundation is dispatching artists to other sectors in order to serve as the disturbance or collaborator there in those different fields. So that's kind of an action that we are taking in Korea. So Marcel, can you hear us? Now I can see you. While the screen is upside down, it's rather dizzy. May I, while we are waiting for Marcel to join us back? Interdisciplinary collaboration is very active in the UK. There is an art specific languages, and other areas have their own languages. That might be the language of science or language of technology. And in England, institutions or producers with an expertise in technology or art organizations with some expertise in technology serve as a bridge between the technology and art. For example, an artist, when they are trying to create an art related to celestial universe, then let me take an example of a watershed in an institution located in Bristol. There are some technicians, and they are an expert, not just in technology, and they also can speak the language of art. They have such a deep knowledge of technology, so that they have a better understanding when it comes to technology in the area where artists did not have that in-depth understanding. So the kind of bridge or the kind of a facilitator or interface, we should identify and nurture. I think this is one of the areas we have to focus on. Thank you very much. Well, the Korea's project and the European artistic intervention, the role of facilitator determines failure and success. Marcel, welcome back. So would you like to continue and pick up where you left?
Sorry, talking about technology, I had a technological malfunction. So there we are. People, you can hear me now at the moment?
Yes, okay. We can hear you.
Okay. No, I just to wrap it up, at technology, I meant, of course, in a way to work in favor of restoring our connection with the planet and helping towards a more sustainable relation, not in the same way as we use technology in the past that also caused the trouble. So that's why I meant also I mentioned the spiritual element, because in a sense, I think we should come up with some sort of re-enchantment of our relationship with the planet, and also therefore for ourselves to be part of a wholeness instead of a divide between us as an individualized society and our environment. But just to wrap it up, because I interrupt now perhaps an ongoing discussion. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Now this is going to be the last question. So let me be very brief. And then we are going to receive some questions from our online participant. So the last question is about why we gather today. So we talked about exchanges and how exchanges actually flourish and even further developed with the COVID pandemic. So what kind of preparations are you making to be better prepared for future? So who will go first? So maybe Ms. Lim, can you go first? As I mentioned in my presentation, after the COVID pandemic, the international solidarity is getting more and more important. So currently, we do have the bilateral exchanges nation to nation, but maybe from the mid to long term, we can establish a system for multilateral exchanges. So when having exchanges with a single country, we actually face a lot of difficulties because of the differences of our practices. So if we expand it to multilateral level, then our difficulties will be even greater. However, I think this is necessary. So for about 10 years, we have done the bilateral exchanges with European countries like the UK and so on. But maybe we can pursue the multilateral exchanges, for example, like with the Nordic point. With the Nordic countries, we can establish some platform for exchanges. Then I think that this will further facilitate the international exchanges for Korean artists. Thank you very much. Melanie, do you have anything to add? Any suggestions for future?
Yeah, I think I maybe described a little bit in which direction our thinking is going in terms of long-term collaboration and residency and more conscious traveling. But I was just thinking about what I should answer, and I think I'm really looking forward to it. I have the feeling that there's a lot of, same same thinking in arts institutions worldwide, and I think if we're putting together our efforts and join our resources, I think we can come up with maybe great new ideas to work more sustainable in the future, and I think that's something to look forward to actually.
Thank you, Marcel. Is there any proposal you want to make to the institutions here, or any idea?
One of the things that we established last year during the pandemic was a focus on a new young generation of artists called Next Gen. Of course, they were closer by, so they were also easier to reach during the lockdown. But there's also another reason why we think it's very important to pay attention to a new generation of artists that were well educated and raised in perhaps a different time than ourselves, because it's very important to learn how they look towards topics as sustainability, to political, social, and economical fairness, and how they organize their artistic practices, and how they want to collaborate also within an international scheme. So it's really a thematical approach, a long-lasting project in which we organize all kinds of team-ups and to also allow them to make their statements, to share their thoughts, but also wishes and sometimes even demands. Which is, I think, hugely important for organizations such as Dutch Culture that works for international cultural collaboration, because the new generation of artists might have a completely different set of wishes and demands on how they want to work within an international playing field. So it's for us a learning curve and also a way to perhaps adjust our own instrumentarium.
Thank you very much.
So Yvonne, do you have anything to add?
I don't have much to add. You've all said it. But I think there's one thing that COVID has shown us is how incredibly resilient artists can be. And I'll just leave with that. And if there are areas where artists are particularly vulnerable, I think maybe if we believe in the role of the arts, the next time a pandemic or any major crisis strikes, perhaps we should spend some time now to look at where artists' careers are most vulnerable. And if we can support them, then our artists can be even more resilient for the next crisis. Yeah.
I believe we need some time and space to consider that as well. Now I'd like to turn to Ms. Park Yoon-jo for anything to add. Of course, we can consider new way of communication and connection and exchange, but I think now is the time, as Marcel mentioned, we have to identify the actual needs and demands for international cooperation and collaboration and connection, what they want to get. I think that's something we have to do and consider. We should be able to ask questions. We are here to create a platform for exchange, and sometimes we do not have an open dialogue with those who will use and who are using such a platform for exchange and collaboration. We have not had many occasions to have such a discussion. So we have been admired in all the executions and implementations. The use of technology and more frequent gathering might be more effective. And in-person meeting might be more effective from a longer-term perspective. But rather than the frequency of meeting itself, we also have to talk more about the process of building such a platform. So as for the way of communication and the way of exchange, I believe what we need to do is to build together, which will lead to the building of relationships. Thank you very much for making such a great point. For collaboration and cooperation, we should be able to give more initiative to those who are actually do it. This will empower them, and this will encourage them to be more active and to be more engaged. Now, I'd like to address questions from the YouTube. Climate crisis, gender equality, and those global issues. I'd like to know whether there is any actual international exchange project on those global issues, such as climate crisis and gender equality. If you have any kind of experience when it comes to these topics, well, addressed in the setting of international project, please share with us. I briefly touch upon this in my presentation. We have creative commissions, which is a project done on the topic of climate change. This was a public offering project. And through the project, what we aimed at was rather than to create one single piece of artwork, what we wanted to do is to have art based on scientific facts and data rather than solely based on imagination. The focus was more on younger generation, MZ generation. So we wanted to show more to the younger generation. So as we carry out the project, one of the conditions was that how to communicate the project with the MZ generation should be included in the proposal and the curatorial approach. And that's how we implemented the project, Creative Commission, last year. And in Korea, we implemented one program, and throughout the world, 16 projects were implemented and realized. And then this is the approach and the effort we are continuing. Thank you. Any other experience you want to share with us?
Yeah, maybe one example from the work of the Goethe Institute. We have a collaboration ongoing with the Dutch Prince Claus Fund. And since 2 or 3 years, they are granting funds to projects from artists and civil societies that work with local communities to develop projects that are promoting more sustainability in these contexts. And there's an online exhibition that you can visit. It's called Take Me to the River. And there you can see it's a multi-media exhibition. There are videos, there are audio and images. And it's taking you through a journey of the global south and different communities and their problems in regard of the climate crisis, and also some approaches how to deal with it and innovative and artistic ideas of that. So this is one example of the projects that the Goethe Institute has done.
So it's the Take Me to the River, right? So please search Take Me to the River exhibition and visit that. And let me move on to the next question. So this is about the exchanges with the close neighbor. So especially the Singapore, he's wondering about what kind of Asian exchange programs that Singapore have.
I speak on behalf of Esplanade first. Obviously we present quite a lot of artists from around Asia. Right now, we do have an international performing arts residency that's ongoing. Half the participants, I would say, are probably from around Asia as well. So I welcome those of you who are around Asia to come for that residency program. We also do co-productions and co-commissions with art centers around the world, but particularly around Asia. There is also an association known as the Asia Pacific performing arts centers that is we're going to be hosting a discussion on collaborations across Asia Pacific in Singapore in October. So again, I welcome artists from South Korea to tune in to that discussion as well. The Arts Council in Singapore also does support for such collaborations. Right now, I believe they're mostly bilat, as you know, our ARKO participant has shared. But you know, increasingly, I think as more of you are looking at multilateral collaborations, that I believe will be the direction in which we'll go. Thanks.
Thank you. So the Asia and inter-regional collaboration, is there anything you want to add to?
So we have an international joint fund project, and it began with the European countries, UK, Germany, and finally it reached the Asian country. So we did the joint fund project with Singapore, and Singapore was the first country that we partnered with for this fund project, and it was very successful. Because the theme of this project was art and technology, so I think it's pretty timely and appropriate. And not just in Singapore, I think that beginning with Singapore, we are aiming to have some cooperation with 9 Asian countries. So Singapore project is our mainstream project, but alongside that, we also try to have some cooperation project with the 9 Asian countries, and it was put up in our notice. So I think the shifting away from the bilateral to multilateral cooperation, the first thing that we have to have is that we have to have a solid bilateral exchange first. Then building on that, we can establish a solid system for multilateral cooperation through dialogue and constant communication. So I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for and express my appreciation to the Singapore National Art Council.
Thank you. This is the last question. Since we are talking about arts for a sustainable society and the communication and interaction between art and non-art, so the question is that in order for such collaboration is not at a basic level, but to evolve, is there any kind of idea? Or I'd like to know whether there is any plan for the support, multifaceted support for the exchange, not only at a minimum level. If you have any kind of plan to support the exchange between art and non-art sector, please share with us. I can see that for now, the 5 institutions present here do not have any specific plan. That means that you have a task at hand. We have about 3 minutes to go.
Sorry, just one thing very quickly to add that, you know, we've been talking about technology and the arts in those sectors, but actually maybe traditionally the arts have always been the social sector. And that's one big area in which at least in Singapore, many artists, the Arts Council, as well as the Esplanade is very involved in, which is the arts and healthcare, you know, in the broader kind of social sectors. I think that role will continue to grow and over the next couple of years in Singapore, at least. And there will be lots of initiatives on that front.
So especially with regards to well-being, as we emerge from the COVID pandemic, I think the more and more importance will be put for the interaction between healthcare and well-being and art. And I think that, yes, there will be more and more opportunities and more exchanges in this field. Now with that, so we talked about the sustainability and also the artistic practices and the role of art and how to support artists to build a more sustainable society. And for this, we actually heard from 5 support organizations. And I would like to thank the 5 panelists to give us a very in-depth explanations on what they did and also broaden our horizons in this aspect. And I would like to also thank all the offline and online participants. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And also, I would like to thank the Park Ji-san, who organized and designed the symposium. Thank you very much for your efforts. And also, I'd like to thank all those who have worked hard to put together the symposium. 2022 ARKO International Symposium, under the title of Rethink, Imagine and Act, aimed to shed a light on how artistic community can work and respond and imagine to address uncertainty in the future, and what kind of role should artists play to ensure sustainability of our planet. And in this sense, I think that we had a very significant and insightful discussions. I believe that the art will continue to be an important we continue to play an important role, and for this, I think we have to establish solid solidarity. So by art, through art, and with art, we can have various kinds of interactions, and we can unleash our imagination and creativity. And with that, we'd like to conclude the 2-day ARKO International Symposium. I would like to thank everyone for your participation. Thank you very much.